It's not bad if it's.
Allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you believe it's May? Good evening. The board has just come from closed session. We took one action to be reported out in closed section. Action was taken during closed session on an employee's appeal regarding an administrative determination. The board voted unanimously to affirm the administrative determination as the district's final decision. That was the only action we took that was reportable during that time. We have several sets of minutes to approve this evening. As has happened with us in the past, several of us weren't on the board at the time some of these meetings happened. So you'll hear some of us abstain. It's not that we have any objections to the minutes. We just didn't happen to be here. So we can't confirm that they are as presented. So we're going to go through them individually because of that. Before we take action on these, let me open the floor to the board for all of these sets of minutes for questions or corrections. Okay. All right. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of August 7th, 2023?
Chang moves approval. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? I abstain. Thank you. For the minutes of September 11th, 2023, again, can we get a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Abstain.
Abstained.
Thank you. All right, let's move into our current year. For the minutes of April 6th, 2026, can I get a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Thank you. For the minutes of April 17th, 2026, can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Did you get those, Ms. Olson? Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Thank you. All righty, that's it for minutes. As you know, at this point in the agenda, we take time to take comments on items that are not agendized. In this case, I seem to have two that are not on the agenda. I have a request to speak by Gavin Rust and a request to speak by Eric Woodbury. If either of you think you're actually speaking to an agenda item, please tell me. No, okay, Mr. Rust, let's go first. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, good evening to everyone here in attendance tonight. I feel very underdressed, quite personally. Here I was thinking wearing a pair of long pants and a belt made me special, and then they show up. I'm like, oh, cool, they just walked out of Macy's. Anyway, no, a lighthearted note, but this won't take up too much time, but I wanted to just bring something to the board's attention. I'm not speaking on behalf of my newspaper, but more regarding myself and my reporting abilities. At the previous meeting that I was at, I did ask some questions during discussion of an agenda item. And then I was approached by President Godfrey afterwards and alerted that the bylaws prohibit me from asking questions during the meeting. So after doing some research into the Brown Act, I found out it is not illegal for a member of the public to ask a clarifying question or something like that. It is up to the individual agency. So for someone like me and other reporters at Laveau's that have validated press credentials, I don't think it would hurt to, like let's say one of the trustees says, 2024, but our reporter here is 2004. I don't think there's really anything wrong with saying, can we just confirm, did you say 2004 or 2024? I think that there should be something looked into about that. I think given that I've covered other governing agencies within the Foothill-De ecosystem that do allow questions to be asked, just for the sake of factual reporting, I don't think it's a bad thing to look into. And I do recommend that. I've been to other public agencies where they do have the we don't talk to the general public rule during the meeting unless it's public comment, and people tend to get really upset. So I just think for my sake of reporting and for the sake of other Laveau's reporters and maybe even legacy media, if they ever come here, I would love to be able to just ask questions and be like, did you say this or did you not say this? Because I've found it to be much easier at other governing agencies when they allow that. It's not taking action on an agenda item. It's just saying, yes, I heard you right, or I heard you wrong, or here's a little more context. That's all I have to say. I just think that the board should really take a look at that because it just leads to a higher chance of there being potential misreporting and then having to run an editor's note. And that makes it really difficult. So I digress. That is my time. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rest. Dr. Woodbury?
Good evening. It's good to see you. This is a somewhat unique perspective of for me as late, but it's a delightful to get to join you this evening. Quite obviously, I am not here as a representative of the Academic Senate. I am here purely as a member of the public and our community concerned about the status of the creative arts complex at the end and the Creative Arts Center. Now, as many of the board and administrators here were not necessarily present for the full journey that brought us to our point in the current process and the decisions, compromises, and constraints that brought us here today. I'd encourage all of you to reflect back on that, to talk to your colleagues such as Pearl and Peter, who were here for a lot of that, and to make sure that you've got a very full picture of what brought us here today, and to reach out to the faculty that were involved. Many of the faculty have been involved throughout the entirety of the process. With respect to this project, the budget for it always looked a little tight. I've passionately advocated for this project in the past, my own self, in part because of the worries that it wouldn't stretch far enough to accomplish what we wanted it to accomplish. And the faculty most directly involved, our creative arts faculties, were explicitly told to expect significant compromise and sacrifices in order to realize any vision at all. And those have happened. There's no real group or community space currently planned for the building. Music is not present in the building. 3D art and ceramics are in an adjacent building, but not actually in the complex as originally envisioned. There have already been a number of compromises that have been made. Now, however, we're facing the reality that the bids for the currently identified project are coming back higher than anticipated. And there's a real concern amongst the faculty and our community members that this project will see further cuts and compromises. We really need a facility that allows for photography, 2D design, painting, graphic and interactive design, art history, ceramics, and sculpture to all come together and remain a community. Anything less than that really risks fragmenting an important and vibrant part of our community. Right, the arts community at the Anza is one where students identify very strongly with it. They feel safe. They feel a part of that community in a way that other groups on campus don't necessarily identify. Where there's a real concern that if we run out of space, if we fragment this and put this in this building, that in that building, that community will be damaged, and arts education will be damaged. Which brings me to the specific thing I want to bring your attention to. As costs come in for this, and with the idea that this budget was already perhaps tighter than it needed to be, De Anza stares down the reality of a project planning horizon for two very significant buildings, both the Creative Arts Center and the Services for Students building. My personal concern, which I first brought up with administration over 9 months ago at this point, is as our planning horizons get farther and farther out and cost estimates go further and further up, are we going to end up with two mediocre, barely adequate buildings as opposed to the quality facilities that I believe our students and our faculty and all of our employees, in fact, our entire community really, in fact, deserve. And I would encourage everyone as they review plans and proposals to keep that in mind, that we don't want to approve something just to get it done, but that we want to approve something that's going to be a lasting testament for the next, how many decades do you hope this building's going to stand up? Because I hope it's many, right? This is a 50-year project in my eyes, at minimum, right? And for those of you that know facilities better, you probably say that's low, right? But that's really what we want. We don't want to plan for what's going to get us through the next 5 years or 10 years. This is a multi-decade investment, and we should invest wisely and in quality, right? It's not enough to get it done. We want to get it done right. And that might mean evaluating where we're at with our other current projects and being creative in terms of identifying additional funding, wherever those options are. I'm going to encourage everyone here to be creative and considerate and kind when we think about what we're doing for our students and for our community. I want to close in the minute I have left, really communicating that I'm also here on behalf of many of our creative arts faculty who wanted to be here. Two were sick. Others had other obligations that made it so they couldn't be here, but they wish for me to communicate to you how both emotionally and personally significant this process has been to them and how much they've invested in it over the last several years. Several of them are exhausted, and that is perhaps part of the reason that they're not here. And I think you've heard them say that before. Recently, some of them have been frustrated as they feel that a degree of opacity has come back into it. We went through a period where things seemed very transparent, but as money got tight, there's been a little less communication. And now, of course, there's correspondingly more concern about where things are going. So I'm asking you as our board to pay very close attention to this project and the proposals that come forward, to encourage the chancellor and the administrators under him to look for creative and meaningful solutions to provide us with a quality building that will serve our community for many decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the only two comment cards we had for this section of the agenda. Our first presentation is by our Santa Clara County Assessor, Nisa Flagger, who is here someplace. Ah, there she is.
Thank you, President Godfrey, and thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. As President Godfrey said, Nisa Flagger, and I'm your Santa Clara County Assessor. And it's great to be here. And I look at this dais, this esteemed panel of leaders in our community. And I just want to personally thank all of you for all that I know you do for our community and the college district. And it makes me proud to be your constituent. Trustee Landsberger is my trustee, and he invited me to speak today. So thank you so much, Trustee Landsberger. But it really makes me proud to be in this district and the fact that we are one, if not the number one in the country when it comes to community colleges. Thank you so much for your leadership and all you do for our community. And thanks for inviting me. When Trustee Landsberger invited me to speak, we had originally agreed on an earlier date. And for different reasons, we had to change the date. But I'm so happy I'm here today because when I look in the room and see these student advocates and leaders, it warms my heart. And so I'm very excited. I'm hoping to stay to hear at least part of their presentation and learn from them. But I also hope that they're able to learn from my presentation today. So I'm glad I went into some detail on the assessor's office and what we do, because we definitely want to share what we do in the assessor's office and how it impacts the community and make sure that our students understand the importance of the office. So I am so happy it turned out to be today that I'm here with you. I was told I had unlimited time. My speech will take, however, only 30 minutes at most. And we are here for questions. If any member of the board has questions for us, with me this afternoon, I have Assistant Assessor Greg Monteverde and Deputy Assessor Autumn Young. And I will tell you, I learned very quickly that you bring your experts with you just in case they're Q&As. So they're here to answer any questions you may have either during the meeting or after. So thanks again so much for having me. So I have worked with many of you as I look at the dais. I know many of you have worked with many of you in different roles I have had in the community. And so I feel right at home here. And I live in Los Altos and I was on the council and I was a mayor on the Los Altos City Council. But being assessor, it's a different role. I am not part of a Brown Act body. And so I do still have a little bit of envy when I see a Brown Act body board, because I know you get to collaborate and work together, whereas with the assessor, it's just me, along with the 57 other assessors in the state. As some of you know, I was sworn in on January 26th, and I got to work immediately. Last year when I campaigned for the role, I said I'd be ready on day one. And so soon after I was sworn in, I called the executive team together and I said, these are the day one initiatives I want us to start working on immediately. The office priorities in the assessor's office will not change. And I do want to start by sharing those with you. There are 3 priorities. These are legally mandated under state law and the state constitution, that as the assessor for Santa Clara County, we have to, 1, close the assessment roll. And we have to do that by June 30th every year. We don't have a choice. And so the 250 plus employees that we have in the office, this is our legal mandate. This is our number 1 priority. If we do nothing else in our office, we are required legally to close the roll. The second priority in our office is implementing our new technology solution. We were very fortunate to acquire a new solution a 1.5 years ago, and this will replace our COBOL system. And this is a system that we've had in our office for over 40 years. And I look around the room and I'm sure many of you are not familiar. I will not try to gauge your ages, but some of you may not have even been born when we had this system. And so I'm very excited that we were able to acquire this new technology solution to replace the COBOL system. We've already started implementation and we plan and will go live by 2028. So very exciting for the office and in order for us to close the roll and do the work on behalf of the community. And then the third priority in the assessor's office is resolving our appeals. As you know, as you heard last year, I'm sure, and maybe in other conversations, there are over 9,000, and I'll go into the different types of appeals shortly, but we have thousands of appeals currently in Santa Clara County. And so we have the same number of employees having to work on these 3 priorities: closing the roll, implementing the new technology solution, and resolving these appeals within the 2-year statute of limitations that we're required to do so. So in addition to those 3 priorities, these were my day one initiatives, and I made clear to the staff that if for whatever reason, because of limited resources or time, we're not able to get to these initiatives this year, that's okay, because our focus has to continue to be on those 3 priorities. But that did not stop me from rolling out my day one initiatives. And I'll quickly go through them. So the first one I already mentioned, the appeals. I created an internal appeals task force because I wanted to identify if there are ways within our office we could expedite resolution of these appeals. There are many stakeholders involved in the process, and the assessor's office plays a very key role. And so I wanted to make sure if we could, that we would implement solutions to move these appeals through the process much faster. The second initiative was to extend the time for informal review of challenges to the assessed value. So let me step back and share how the process works. So as I mentioned, June 30th of every year, we have to close the roll. And that involves assessing the 500,000 types of properties we have here in Santa Clara County, putting the assessed value of these properties on what we call the roll by June 30th. After we do that, we send out what are called notice of assessed value. So they're called the NAV cards. And we send them to the taxpayer saying, for your property, whether it's residential, commercial, a boat, mobile homes, whatever type of property you have, this is the assessed value for this year for your property. This is not required by law, but our assessor's office offers a free informal review process where if a taxpayer received this NAV card and they have questions or they believe that the assessed value on the NAV card is much higher, than they expected. And I'll quickly give the joke I've been giving since last year. We never hear from taxpayers saying it was lower than what they had anticipated. But we offer this free service in the assessor's office saying, if you get that card, you have questions or you have information that you think that we did not factor in, please let us know. And I will tell you, there more often we're able to resolve it with the taxpayer because yes, they're able to bring us information that for whatever reason we did not have and did not factor it into the methodology or the assessment. On the other hand, there are times when team members are able to explain how we arrived at these assessed value, and then the taxpayer will walk away. That doesn't happen as often as we would like. But we do offer this free informal review process for taxpayers to take advantage of. And so after I became assessor, I extended this period by 8 days, week plus 1 day, in order to give taxpayers more time to work with our office to see if we can resolve their questions and reduce the assessed value if we need to avoid having them file an appeal. The deadline to file an appeal is September 15th. After we issue the NAV card, then they have till September 15th to file an appeal. And so this informal review process normally wraps up at the beginning of August. And so if a taxpayer, for whatever reason, was not satisfied with the informal review process, they will still have an opportunity to file an appeal. One thing I want to highlight, and this is not the assessor's office, this is the County of Santa Clara, the Board of Supervisors and the clerk of the board, is the fact that starting in June, Santa Clara County will now start charging an appeals application fee. So currently, if a taxpayer files an appeal, there's no application fee. But starting in June, so back in February, the Board of Supervisors, along with the clerk of the board, decided as one of their cost recovery solutions, they decided to implement an appeals fee. Again, this was not the assessor's office. So starting in June, if you are a taxpayer and you're filing an appeal related to a residential matter, open space, ag land, and multifamily for 4 units or less. So there are certain categories that fall into this first application fee of $290. And that's per application. So now if you want to appeal, you will have to file a fee of $290. If it's a non-residential and it doesn't fit into that first set of properties, then it's $675 per application. And that is new to our county. And we expect a lot of questions from taxpayers since this is not something they had to pay before. But it's another reason why we in the assessor's office are encouraging taxpayers when they get their NAV card in less than 2 months that they reach out to us to see if we can resolve it so they can avoid these fees. I'm also increasing staff engagement and increasing community engagement. I had my first community engagement forum with the senior community several weeks ago, and I've had other events that I've attended, but this is part of it. This is part of the community engagement that I talked about last year, and I'm excited to do because I learned last year that people may know of the assessor's office, but they really don't know about the assessor's office. And so as part of the community engagement that we'll be doing is education, and it will all be under the theme of public service through partnership. And these partnerships are with all sectors and community groups, from schools, community colleges, and nonprofits to commercial developers, real estate professionals, and small businesses. Simply put, in order for Santa Clara County to be a thriving, healthy, safe, inclusive county, we all need to work together. Government needs the non-government sectors to do well in order to drive tax revenue. And the non-sector entities benefit from the government having the revenue to provide the services needed from public safety to the healthcare sector. An attractive Santa Clara County is good for everyone. Now, specific to community colleges, we want to have these engagements, and I know it's very timely because you're having your budget discussions, because we want to make sure you have the information you need to help you make informed decisions as you discuss and project for your budget. Let me start with an overview of our office and the state of role growth in Santa Clara County. The role of the assessor is to identify and assess all taxable property in Santa Clara County. Our job is to do fair, accurate assessments. Our job is not to increase or decrease revenue. We just do our job. We apply the law, the methods, the formulas, and whatever the assessed value that results from it, that's what we put on the roll. If it results in increasing the revenue, that's what happens. If it results in a reduction in the revenue, that's us following the law and doing the work required of us. And as I mentioned before, properties include commercial, residential, business, personal property, mobile homes, boats, aircrafts, and other categories of properties. Not all properties, however, in California are taxable, so we don't assess all property. But the ones under the law that we're required to assess, we do. I also want to clarify that we are not a tax agent. We're not the tax collector's office. We do have a separate Department of Tax Collection at Santa Clara County, and they report to the Board of Supervisors. The assessor's office is completely independent. We do not report to the Board of Supervisors. The oversight body for our office and the other 57 assessor offices in the state is the Board of Equalization of the state of California. They're sometimes referred to as BOE or SBE, but that is the oversight body for all 58 assessor offices in the state. In addition to other roles that the BOE plays, it also audits each assessor's office every 5 years. And our last audit for Santa Clara County showed an accuracy rate of 99.41%. And I would love to take credit for that, but I can't. This is under the former assessor, Larry Stone. And I know he'll be watching to see what my accuracy rate will be in the next couple of years. Well, next year when we get audited again. We also have a legislative role. It's not legally mandated, as I already described what our legal mandate is as the assessor's office, but we do play a legislative role along with the other assessors throughout the state. And an example that we continue to share this past year is, I know we're all familiar with the fires that occurred in Southern California last year. Devastating fires, very sad situation. And when the LA assessor, Jeff Prang, looked at the laws that govern the process to help with disaster relief, he realized that the timelines and the forms required to be submitted did not give the victims of these disasters sufficient time or sufficient information to get the paperwork in so that they could qualify and receive the disaster relief programs that are available. And so Jeff Prang, or LA assessor, reached out to the other assessors as part of the California Assessors Association group, and there are only 58 of us, and asked for support. And we were successful in pushing through legislation last year that extended the timeline for victims of disasters to submit the paperwork necessary to obtain the relief from the different programs available. And so that was a huge win for the assessors because, it's not up to us, whether or not we can extend the time. We needed to change state law to give these victims more time to file the paperwork. We also advocate for legislation to improve processes to better serve residents. And we actually end up doing more advocacy work where we push back, where we'll have legislators in Sacramento propose changing something, and we have to push back and say, wait a minute, that's not how the assessor's office worked, or that won't work because of XYZ. And so we have a very proactive lobbyist in Sacramento who keeps us apprised of what's happening and when bills are proposed that directly impact our work and processes in the assessor's office. I know one of the things that's very important to this group is the revenue that's generated from the work we do in the assessor's office. The property assessment work, as I mentioned, the tax collector's office already, the work we do in the assessor's office forms the basis for the property tax bill that then generates the revenue that goes to the recipient jurisdictions. And in Santa Clara County, here are the recipient jurisdictions that get, the revenue generated from our work. Cities, they get 14%. The county gets 18%. K through 12 public schools get 44%. Special districts, 6%. Redevelopment agencies, 11%. And community colleges, 7%. So last year, as I mentioned, we closed the roll June 30th, so we don't have breaking news today. I don't have a crystal ball, and I will not project or predict what the roll growth will be for this year and what the annual roll amount will be. Last year, it was $725 billion. And that's the assessed value of all these different properties in Santa Clara County. Now, for the revenue that's generated for property tax purposes, a 1% general levy is applied to that $725 billion. And it's that 1% that generates the revenue that gets distributed based on those numbers I just shared. So last year, with roughly $8 billion in revenue that was generated after you apply the 1%, it's a little bit more than 1%. That was the total amount of revenue generated from the assessment roll. So for community college, all the community colleges in Santa Clara County, they received a total of approximately $560 million distributed among them. And I'll go specific to Foothill-De in a moment. But that was last year. We're still finishing up this year's roll. And based on the numbers we're seeing, they're very similar. Again, we do not try to predict or project. We patiently wait until we have all the numbers come in. And then we'll see what the roll growth is, what the assessment roll is this year, and then we can do the calculations. But for your purpose, we can definitely share today that the numbers look very similar. So last year's roll growth was 4.15, and the numbers look very similar coming in right now. We understand that these funds make up a significant portion of the general fund for recipient jurisdictions. I was actually just at the county budget workshop representing the assessor's office, and it was mentioned, and Assistant Assessor Monteverde was there with me. The assessor's office was mentioned at least 5 times during the different presentations because they recognize the importance of property taxes to the county budget. In fact, 38% of the county's general fund that is used for services from public safety to healthcare. And it's just discretionary. They can use it for whatever services that they want to fill a gap or whatever services they want to fund in any particular year. But 38% of the county's general fund comes from the revenue generated from our work. And so the county, the assessor's office, we place no restrictions on how the recipient jurisdiction spends the money. Legally, we can't. So we can't give, for example, we do the assessment and we can't put an asterisk on the roll. You must spend 10% of your 38% on healthcare. That is totally up to the governing body. Very similar to when you receive your revenue dollars, it's up to your board to decide how you spend those dollars. So we will close the roll in a few weeks. And for 2025, so again, we do not predict for 2025, it was $725 billion. Santa Clara County has the largest roll in the Bay Area. So that's $725 billion of assessed value of the property. It's the largest roll in the Bay Area, and that shouldn't be a surprise because we're in Silicon Valley. And if you're as competitive as I am, you may be curious about the 3 other counties in the state that are above us. So we're the largest in the Bay Area, and we're the 4th in the state. And the other 3 counties ahead of us are LA, Orange County, and San Diego. And we all are governed by the same law where you apply the general levy of 1%. And as I said, so far, the numbers coming in are similar to last year, but no breaking news today. The work we do in the assessor's office gives us a bird's eye view into what's happening in the Santa Clara County real estate market. It provides valuable data on what's happening in the county. We know where growth is happening. We know where decline is happening. We know where development is happening, and we know where it's not. So for example, we can point to where data centers are popping up every other block and in what city and how it's driving property tax revenue for that particular city because we see the data. We have to analyze the data. And so that's, we get requests for this data because people appreciate the fact that based on the work we do, we have access and we build this data in order to do our work. We also know what industries are doing well and which ones aren't, and we know where residential markets are strong. The factors that affect roll growth, so I mentioned last year our roll growth was 4.15. The factors that affect roll growth, and I'll start with reductions. If you know me well, I like bad news before good news. So let's start with, so the reductions, exemptions. So that will take it off the roll. And examples of exemptions, if your property is owned by a religious institution, if it's owned by a public entity. We also have Prop 8 reductions, which will have to apply to the numbers that are coming in right now. So that's why we don't want to predict yet what the final numbers will be. Under the law, if a property declines in value, then we are required to reassess it at that lower value. So it goes back to what I said earlier about our legal mandate, where we have no flexibility in saying we're going to increase or decrease revenue. We really have to apply whatever the law dictates. And Prop 8 requires that if it goes down in value, we have to make that adjustment. What increases roll growth? Change in ownership. So when you sell your property, one of the properties that falls within one of these categories, that's a change in ownership. Or if you transfer ownership and it's not one of the exemptions, then that causes an increase in roll growth. New construction, right? New residential homes, multifamily buildings, commercial developments, that increases roll growth. And then we all know about Prop 13, the annual 2% adjustment that's applied, can't go above 2%. And it does add to the roll growth, but it is capped at 2% under current law. And we were at a meeting and I asked our real property chief, when I saw the numbers and just over the last 5 years, they were really only going up incrementally. There was no large jump. And so I asked our real property chief, for us to see a big, significant, noticeable jump in our roll growth, what would need to happen? And he said, NISA, we're very informal. We're all friends in the assessor's office. We need a boom in the residential market to really move the needle on roll growth, right? And so back to what I'm saying, no crystal ball, but we expect the change to be very small this year. Assessment growth by city. If you're curious, the top 5 cities from last year, and just to set the context, when we closed the roll on June 30th of 2026, that is for calendar year 2025. So we're doing the assessment for last year, for 2025, but we don't close it till 2026 because a lot of the numbers and data and permits from cities and all the information we need to do our work don't come in until we have the 6-month period to really pull it all together and do the roll on June 30th. And so these numbers I'm sharing it would be for the 2024 calendar year, because it was from the 2025. So you have to make sure I got the year right, the 2025 roll. So the top 5 cities with the strongest roll growth last year, and it was due to strong residential growth, were Morgan Hill, a lot of residential growth, Santa Clara, Saratoga, Los Altos, and Montserrat. Top 5 cities last year. And because I'm in the college district, I'll mention, I don't have the numbers with me, but Mountain View dropped significantly. I think there were top 5, maybe there were number 1 the year before, and they dropped almost to the bottom because we saw what was happening in Mountain View. So that's how quickly it can really impact, depending on what's happening with construction. So you'll be very happy to hear, and your student body may be happy to hear this as well. Your community college district is the top recipient of revenue dollars of all the community colleges here in Santa Clara County. And that's due to the jurisdictions that are within your boundaries, right? And so again, that big pot of $560 million, that's 7% from last year, it got divvied up. And so of that total pot, your college district received the most. And we'll see what happens this year. Appeals. I already mentioned appeals. I mentioned the clerk of the board fees. There are approximately 13,000 active appeals, and it keeps growing. Our role is to defend the assessed value we put on the roll. And we have I think 92% success rate, definitely in the 90s, of winning these appeals, these challenges. So one, we try to resolve them during the informal review. If the taxpayer decides to move forward with the appeal, we have a very strong successful rate of defending the assessed value we put on the roll. And that reflects the experts and expertise in the assessor's office in Santa Clara County. So for residential, currently we have almost 4 8,000 active appeals and non-residential over 9,000. And especially on the commercial side, we'll see higher numbers because of what's happening in the economy. Right? We have a lot of commercial developers and property owners saying, wait a minute, I just bought this property for 5 million and you're assessing me at 10 million, what's going on? And there's a reason for that, right? And so we do get a lot of appeals and questions from both residential and non-residential, but the numbers for non-residential appeals definitely tick up significantly to reflect what's going on in the economy. And now we know that many of the recipient jurisdictions, like the College District, rely on the revenue generated from our work. And so we're here to let you know we want to partner with you to help with your budget planning and your budget projections. A large percentage of your funding we know comes from property taxes. So stagnating or low property assessments limit the funds available to community colleges. When property taxes do not grow, it directly impacts your budget. And of course, we're here to partner with you. I spoke earlier, I think with Chris, the Vice Chancellor, about the periodic meetings that the County of Santa Clara offers with our partners, cities, schools, community colleges, K through 12. And this is something not all assessor offices or counties offer. This is also not a legal mandate. This is something that Santa Clara County, again, under the former assessor, and I think there are 10 other assessors throughout the state that do this, where we have this educational periodic meeting where we provide information based on the data and numbers we have at the time, just to help you start, and your fiscal officers and admin staff attend these meetings. You're welcome as the elected officials to also attend, but I know they watch it closely, they attend. And so they're able to watch those numbers and try to project to the extent they can. So we're here to partner with you to make sure you have this information. And other ways we can partner together. And I'll quickly mention, Greg, our assistant assessor, he and Autumn, they attend these different community meetings with me. One, because they're the experts and I want to make sure I have good backup. But two, we made a presentation the other day and someone asked about parcel taxes. And Greg was able to share with this board that one of the services, free services, and it goes back to the fact that we have access to all this data, we offer to the school community or any entity considering a parcel tax is to sit down with you, your admin staff who is leading the effort, to see if we could help you think through how to best structure those parcel taxes. And I know, unfortunately, your community college has not had success in recent years with a parcel tax. But if, looking ahead, we're here to work and partner with you if you're considering doing a parcel tax. We do have that expertise in our office. And so again, the monthly meetings that we do with the county controller's office, they're typically held in February, May, and October. So tomorrow we have meetings with the schools and the cities, and I know you'll have representation there. And I'll say of all the meetings, February, May, October, tomorrow is the meeting to attend because it's the closest to June 30th, when we have most of the numbers, still not all the numbers, and we still haven't applied the Prop 8 reductions, and we still need the unsecured to come in. But it would be the closest we'll be able to share where we are with roll growth. Today at the county meeting, the county executive projected a 4.5% roll growth. So that's public, what they're anticipating based on the numbers they have seen to date. Again, we did not comment. That could change, but it's fair for anyone to make an estimate based on the numbers they're seeing. Other ways we can partner together, please review the annual report that we issue every year. It shows the real estate composition of your district, and I already shared that based on the jurisdictions within your district, you're number one based on the revenue generated, especially from residential. But you look at the annual report, it gives you that information. You can see commercial, the mix, and better understand why some community college districts may receive less revenue than others. Monitor the market in your district, what's happening with vacancies, depreciation, and new construction. So it limits or minimizes the surprises, I think, for districts when they get the numbers like, okay, that makes sense. There've been all these vacancies and we haven't seen a lot of construction in recent months. Of course, please contact us if you have questions, help spread the word about the services in our office. Possessory interest, if you are thinking about doing possessory interest, this is when a public entity allows a private entity to use your public space for private gain. There's certain criteria, exclusive use, that we would do the analysis, but before you go down that road, again, we're offering the service of talking you through what a PI would look like, because then that would take the private entity out of the exemption, and it depends on the contract that you have with the private entity. The easiest PI I can share possessory interest, at least for cities, being a former council member. It's the restaurants, the parklets that use the public sidewalks. That's a possessory interest, right? Private entities using public sidewalks for private gain. And you go down the checklist to see whether or not it constitutes a possessory interest. But please reach out if you have questions. I'll end with the joke we have in our assessor's office is, if we could predict property values and what the real estate market would be in 5 years, we wouldn't be working, right? We would be, making bets. And I think there's so many betting opportunities now, but we would not be working in the assessor's office. And it would also make the work in the assessor's office much simpler if we had a crystal ball and we could predict it. But we know our economy, for different reasons, is a seesaw. And so we feel very privileged and honored to be doing this work. The 250 employees in our office, top notch. I always say we're the best assessor's office in the state. They know the work, they know the laws, they love the job. Greg has been with our office for 36 years, and that's representative of the institutional knowledge and love for the work we do in the office. So thank you again for inviting the assessor's office to share this information with you. Again, we're here for questions either now or after, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Assessor Flagger. I think I took very many notes. Couldn't really write fast enough because you said a lot. I want to open this for questions while we have her here, and we have backup team over there with all their books and all their facts. Trustee Casas.
Thank you for being here. I don't think I've ever had the assessor come to this board in the last 2 decades. So thank you for being here and
Thanks,
taking
Vice
the
President.
time and informing us. Foothill-De district has a lot of enrollment from students in San Jose. I understand that there's a lot of closure of elementary schools in San Jose. Is that one of your low growth cities? I'm just concerned about the future of participating enrollees in our district.
So San Jose as a city isn't, as I mentioned, Mountain View was the lowest this past roll year. San Jose isn't. Sometimes it's in the middle, sometimes it's at the top, because to offset what's happening in other places in San Jose, you have a lot happening in the downtown area, right? Class A office space, they've been able to lease those. They've opened a couple of data centers. So they're offsetting a lot of what you may be seeing in the school community with what's happening in downtown. So when you think of the revenue generation and where it goes as a city, some of it will go to the city of San Jose, some of it will go to the different school districts. But overall, San Jose as a city on balance is doing okay. Right. And then the distribution is a little bit different. And I will say, because we have gotten this question about whether or not what's happening with the property tax revenue dollars is directly related to the school closures. And you touched on it. There are different factors, for example, declining enrollment, right? Less students going in, that's a different thing I know that schools have with the state and how that funding works. So there are different factors that are contributing, my understanding, to the school closures, but I'm sure, the revenue dollars stabilizing and not shooting up right now with what's going on in the economy is also a factor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Landsberg.
First of all, Nisa, thank you for coming. This was an excellent primer and a lot of very interesting and valuable data here. I've got a couple of factual questions which all relate to one of my principal concerns about our current situation vis-a-vis property tax. You may know that we recently moved from a revenue district to one that's entirely community supported. And therefore our total general fund revenue is much less tied to the state of California than it was before, and now is much more tied to local property taxes and the work you do. And one of the things we now have to be concerned about are the risks and contingencies that we're facing if there's variability in local property tax collection. So my first question to you, and I know you won't have the precise numbers, but in the LA example, did that result in a material change in the property tax revenue collected in Los Angeles? Or was something that big, even that big, just on the margins?
So I know it impacted the revenue that was generated because obviously, you don't have homes. The land still may have value, but the actual improvement that was burned down, then that's no longer there to be assessed.
Yeah.
I don't know in relation because LA County is #1 in the state, huge assessment role, a lot of contributing factors. And so I don't know if this community with the loss of so many homes, significant in some ways, obviously, but I don't know if significant enough to move the needle on the LA assessment roll for last year and the year before. It's interesting because the lien date for the assessor's office is January 1st. So remember I said the calendar year that we're assessing is the year before. So the cutoff is whatever your assessed value is January 1st of 2026. So for 2025, it's January 1st. The LA fires happened after the lien date, and that lien date is state law. So every assessor's office has to use that same lien date. The fires happened after the lien date.
Oh, so it may be too early.
But that's what one of
So
the
how
things
about-
Jeff is doing. So, working to see, because the assessed value really wouldn't represent the properties.
So how about Sonoma County and the Santa Rosa fires? Do you have any notion of whether they were materially affected?
Let me look to Greg and Autumn. Greg.
And my next question will be Loma Prieta in Santa Clara County.
No, this is, and one of the services we provide while Greg is coming up is emergency preparedness programs as well.
Yeah.
And so if your home is impacted by a fire, by a disaster, we want you to reach out to the assessor's office because we do have disaster relief programs. Of course, you cannot cause the damage and it has to be more than $10,000. Like we have criteria we evaluate it by, but if you qualify, then we do have relief programs. So I'm just making a plug for emergency relief programs.
Yeah.
So I would say that county-wise, the fires were not as impactful as you might suppose, but locally, if you were a district where the disaster happened, then of course, proportionally, it would have a lot more impact. So I know that way back when they were having the fires up north, there was state aid. And then because it was a sort of a structural problem, the state eventually had to decrease its subvention and funding for it. So, so overall, from a countywide perspective, there's so much value, not as, impactful as you would think it would be, but very locally important, I think, and devastating to the residents, and so that's when the assessor's office really has to jump into action and be as proactive as possible in reducing those values for the people who are affected by it.
Yeah, obviously, but my focal point at this juncture is what the risk profile is for the district and its revenue. So how about Loma Prieta? Did that result in a significant alteration of?
Did not. It was actually, in terms of scale, a smaller disaster.
Here in Santa Clara County.
Right.
And a follow-up question, unrelated to the first. As I understood it, the community colleges in Santa Clara get about 7% of the total uh, uh, property taxes collected, and that's that in the recent past, at least, that's been growing around 4% per year. That's a countywide average, correct? So it's going to be different community to community or district to district. What's the scope? What's the variation? What's the scope of the variation?
So most recently, we've issued, as of the first of the month, our secured gross roll growth figures, and that ranged from 4.5% for this district to, I think, 4.8, and I can't remember which district that was. But the districts that are in good shape now are ones that are composed primarily of residential properties like this one. Because the commercial market has had to deal with so much depreciation due to the office market being severely affected by remote work.
Right.
So one of the questions that you had in the past was or I think the question was what does San Jose represent? San Jose represents the average of most of our rural growth because it's just so large. And it is a mix of both residential and commercial, whereas this district and some of these other communities that Nisa talked about are primarily composed of residential properties, which especially in North County has been doing very well versus South County, which has seen more of the decline in value. And we are on the precipice of enrolling these proactive Prop 8 assessments, and most of them will be in South County.
Well, I'm reassured that you clearly have your finger on what's going on. It's going to be very important for us and our staff to be able to tap into that. So I'm very grateful for your proactive, forward-looking engagement of organizations like ours, because it's going to be very, very useful and important to us. So thank you.
Other questions? Trustee Chang.
No question. I just wanted to also echo and say welcome. It's great, the presentation, Nisa, and then Greg and Autumn. Wonderful to have you here tonight. Definitely learned a lot. The details do matter for us as we now are in this new funding model. And then I think, like you mentioned, the audience is composed of current property owners and hopefully many more property owners in the future. So timed well. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jay. And then I think Deputy Assessor Young wanted to make a plug.
I'm just going to make a quick plug for our annual report. We've got postcards over here that have the QR code, lots of great information, but also we are about to start this process. And you heard Assessor Flagger's commitment to to partnerships. And so we want to know about the data that you're interested in. We've got a lot of really great data in both the hard copy and the online version has some extended addendums. And so if you see something and you think it would be really great to have this piece of information, let us know. We want to hear from you and make sure that we're reflecting what's important for you to know about.
And I'll just end by saying, community engagement is one of my initiatives, and we're doing it a lot differently in the assessor's office. And so we're open to suggestions, feedback, your ideas, because the key thing here and how we'll really measure whether or not it's working is if you think it's valuable. And so we want to hear from you to let us know how can we make these community engagement efforts valuable to you.
I think we might have more questions for you, actually.
Oh, okay. Please.
I have no questions, but I will also reiterate the thanks for my colleagues. As you said, the assessor's office is certainly one of the more opaque and little known ones. A lot of people don't even know they have a county assessor, much less what is the role of the assessor, what does the assessor do? And after your presentation, I think it's safe to say that is not something a single person in this room can say for themselves. So a number of things you brought up that I'll certainly be interested in following up with at a later date. But for now, just thank you again to you and to Greg and to the rest of your staff for this great presentation.
Thank you so much. And yes, I realized that last year, as I said at the beginning. And so, we have to be clear, our job is to identify and assess all taxable property in Santa Clara County. And it sounds like, oh, that's all you do. But as you know, it's a big job. And so I'm happy to share the details of it to the community so they can better appreciate it and its impact and why we do it.
I have a question about the system change. Godfrey,
Oh,
Godfrey's
sorry,
on you.
Sorry, thank you, President.
So I was on the Palo Alto School Board 10 years ago when there was some miscommunication about what was in the system, what came out of the system. At that time, one of my colleagues and I went down to see Assessor Stone to understand how the system worked and realized at the time that the system was almost as old as we were. And shocked by that. So I'm wondering when the new system goes online and what's the beta? Is it past beta? Is it ready to go? Like the old system seemed really clunky,
Old.
to use a technical term.
Yes. So we're on track. We have an implementation timeline of between 2 to 3 years. And we have a contract with the vendor. And this is an off-the-shelf solution. But in the negotiation, and I was actually part of the team, I helped to acquire the new solution. I was part of the negotiation with the acquisition and also did the demo sessions and helped to pick the vendor. And being part of that exercise with 42 other employees and subject matter experts in the office, we're very confident that this is the right solution for us. It's off the shelf with a lot of customization work. And this was all mapped out even before we signed the contract, President Godfrey. And so we've already started the implementation process. We have different divisions in our office. We're wrapping up the business division implementation phase. And so we have each division in different phases. And so we're moving to the next division. We plan to do a big bang go live as opposed to there are other counties who did it differently. So we'll go live with everything ready to go, all the functionalities activated, and so that we can do the full assessment role in this new system. And it has the functionalities to do the assessment work, the workflows. It will be able to store the data. As you know, it's more than 40 years, actually. It's a 50-year-old COBOL system, was not able to do any of this. You see the COBOL system, and just for those who aren't familiar with it, it's the screen, it's clunky, as the president said. You can't navigate and from one page to the next. And so there were many challenges. And I do say this knowing full well that the assessor's office for these 40 years still has been able to close the assessment role every year. And we get audited. And as I said, we have a 99% accuracy rate. It just took more resources, more work. And we have an in-house IT department that was able to build a lot of tools around it to help us do our work. But it's on track. We'll go live by 2028. It will replace the COBOL system. And it should make us more productive, efficient, get rid of a lot of the paper in the office because a lot of our processes, unfortunately, are still manual. And also it will serve the community well because they now will be able to do a lot of their work and communicate with our office online.
Great, thank you. Any other questions before we let their team? Yes.
So I had a question.
Please introduce yourself.
Tim Shively, I'm the president of the Faculty Association.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. I had a question about appeals. Are there any restrictions on the frequency of appeal filings? Because I'm thinking, residential properties are one thing, but when you're talking about a huge corporation like, I don't know, Apple Computers, that's a significant amount of deferred income, particularly if it's a year-over-year appeal process.
So as a former litigator, I know this process well. A matter of fact, before I joined the executive management team for the assessor's office, I was the attorney for the assessor's office. So I used to defend these assessed values. So no, we don't even have the concept of, frivolous. So there's no cap on the number of appeals that an entity can file. And so, as you said, Apple year after year can file an appeal challenging their assessed value. Just to better understand the process too, when they file the appeal, one of the things that we ask them to put on the form is what they think the assessed value is. And that's risky because if they prevail, then that's what the assessed value is going to be. And I don't want to say what entity it was, but we've had entities in the past that would put $0, right? Which you talk about whether or not that was in good faith, you know, and other concerns with that approach. But no, year after year, they can bring the appeals, and we have that. We have, you know, multiple appeals from NVIDIA, Google, like Apple, you know, and they're well represented, and they do file appeals, and they're entitled under the law to file these appeals.
Thank you. All right. I think we've exhausted our questions for now.
Okay.
Doesn't mean forever, but for now. Thank you so much for coming to join us.
Anytime. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you, Trustee Landsberger. Thank you.
Okay, item number 2 is the De Anza Student Governance budget presentation. Please be sure to introduce yourselves.
Hello, everyone. I'm Javen Hong, and I'm the president of De Anza Student Government. Our organization consists of 7 advisors, 7 executives, 30 student senators, and over 100 student interns. And we represent the entire De Anza student population of more than 20,000 students. We support programs and sit on every shared governance committee at De Anza. We make sure that student voices are heard and the impact is felt. We've expanded the bike program by adding 30 electric bikes. Additionally, we've increased the DSG scholarship by giving out 15 more scholarships than the prior year. We've also increased the number of events to ensure that students have a place to build a community on campus. In addition, we launched DSG's first ever ICE awareness marketing campaign titled Know Your Rights to replace hate with support on campus. I'll now hand it off to our Chair of Finance, Alan Ma.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alan, and I'm the current Chair of Finance. Before we delve into the budget, I'd like to introduce you all to the committee. This year, we have an amazing team from top to bottom. Besides Javen and I, our budget analysts this year are Kyle, Jacob, and Thin. Our HEFIS program liaison, Brandon, has also been a wonderful addition to the team. They have been there in the deliberations process from start to finish, through interviews and 9 to 5 meetings. I'd also like to give a special thanks to our advisors, Mirza, Malia, Melissa, Hyun-Chu, and Dennis, who have provided invaluable support and guidance throughout the year. Lastly, our interns are a core part of our committee, and they've worked hard to help prepare and present this presentation, and they'll be delivering it with us today. Now, I'd like to hand it off to Kyle to explain more about our deliberations process.
Thank you, Alan. So this year, we have continued to refine our budget deliberation process, making important improvements based on the challenges and issues observed at the previous years. We were more proactive when looking into large funding increases. To do this, we put our interns to great use. We assigned them into groups, with each group focusing on specific requests. With help from the budget analysts, they interviewed the programs, reviewed the requests, and created final write-ups summarizing their findings. This gave the Finance Committee a stronger foundation, allowing us to make informed and better educated funding decisions. In addition, we changed the rubric around, adding weighting that better aligns with the FHDA's strategic plan. Specifically, we weighted impacts, reliance on DSG, and reliance on DSG funding, as well as active student involvement. Over the past year, the committee has been working tirelessly to bring this budget to you. Here's a quick peek behind the curtain. Through the fall quarter, we received around 40 funding requests. This is a time where we use the intern projects to look into these specific requests where they had large increases. During the winter quarter, the Finance Committee dedicated Fridays and Saturdays to carefully deliberate each request and consider the needs of every program. From there, the budget is sent to and was subsequently approved by the De Anza Student Government Senate. The final step in our process is receiving your final stamp of approval for the student government's 2026 to 2027 budget. Thank you. And I'm now going to pass it on to Jacob, who's going to break down the larger of our 2 funds, Fund 41.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacob Gao. I was here last year. I'm glad to be here again this year. I'm one of the budget analysts, and today I'm going to introduce you the Fund 41. So the Fund 41 is our main fund, and we use this fund to fund various programs like the flea market and the DSG support costs. This year, we have the highest budget in the history, over $1.8 million due to balance rollover and the increase of DSG car fee. We use this funding to support over 30 programs on campus. We prioritize allocating funding for student jobs, creating opportunities for international and undocumented students. In addition, we increased the DSG scholarship to $30,000 to support need-based and merit-based scholarship. As you can see here, the main breakdown of the funding goes towards the DSG support costs, budget and services, and campus events. Now I'll pass to Anusha, where she will further break down the revenue of this fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Hello, my name is Anusha Shringi, and I am one of the Finance Committee's interns. This year's total available budget was $1,855,708 million, a strong 23% increase from last year. The budget growth for the current fiscal year was driven by two main factors. The DSG student membership fee increasing from $10 to $12 in fall of 2025, which brought in $80,000, and a robust budget surplus from prior years dating back to COVID. Card sales are expected to bring in $635,000. The second largest revenue generator is our student events and activities, which is specifically our flea market at roughly $392,000. As for our investments, that is generated from earned interest and comes to $70,000. Finally, the prior year's balance was $786,000. All in all, the total revenue for Fund 41 is roughly $1.86 million. I'll now hand it off to Ravi to speak on Fund 41's budget.
Hello, my name is Ravi, and I am one of the finance interns. I want to show the board the budget of Fund 41. The DASG Senate approved a $1.8 million budget for the upcoming year. The slides here provide a breakdown of the fund, where the biggest share of the fund is the DASG support costs, which make up about 30% of the fund. The second largest allocation is the DASG programs and services, which make up about 27% of the fund. All right, next slide. The DASG support cost is mainly made up of funding for accounts office staff and OCL staff. Furthermore, more than half of the DASG government cost spending is allocated towards the DASG ICC and student scholarships. In the DASG programs and services section of the fund, this committee is allocating approximately 70% of funding towards the flea market. Due to how much revenue the flea market makes for Fund 41, it is an integral program that DASG runs. So we want to ensure it is appropriately supported. Finally, approximately 10% of the budget is dedicated towards funding programs that provide student support, such as HEFES, the Office of Equity, and the Pride Center. We believe it is essential to support these groups of students, as we here at DASG are proud of our mission to provide opportunities and resources for all students. With the budget explained, I will now hand it off to Arman, who will further discuss the current budget's trends.
Good evening, members of the board. I am Arman, an intern on the Finance Committee. I will present an overview of the major changes to Fund 41 for the 2026 to 2027 fiscal year. The fundamental reason Fund 41's account spiked is the rollover of COVID relief funds. Our goal is to maintain consistent spending every year to ensure sustainability in the subsequent year. With the addition of the relief funds, spending the large special allocation on non-recurring events or capital became one of our key objectives. Eventually, this would help update our funding amount to align with prior years without the COVID relief fund. On the program side, a few changes this cycle are worth noting. Guided Pathways no longer has a student payroll line in our budget, as the college now manages this program's funds directly and has fully institutionalized it. However, DASG continues to support the program through food and professional services. Finally, one thing I want to highlight from the newly approved accounts is the Women's Center, which received $12,000. The Finance Committee's approval of the account reflects its careful process to address the needed student support. I will now hand it off to Finn to introduce Fund 46, our second, smaller, more specialized fund.
Hello, my name is Tendiaso, the budget analyst for the Finance Committee, and I'll give a brief overview of what Fund 46 is. Fund 46, also known as the Student Representation Fee SRF account, receives its revenue from the $2 per quarter student representation fee. During tuition payments, students can opt out of this fee, but when collected, it is split evenly into two halves. Half of this revenue remains at De Anza College, DSG, to fund student advocacy, leadership development, student representation activities, and training. And like Fund 41, which supports a wide range of programs, Fund 46 is limited to extremely specific purposes and cannot be used to fund unrelated activities. The funding supports programs like VITA, FAPAC, the Public Policy School, and leadership and advocacy conferences such as SSCCC and Seesaw. The other half of the revenue then goes to the State Chancellor's Office, supporting the statewide student organization representing California community college students. In short, Fund 46 empowers students with resources for leadership, student representation, and advocacy. Now I'll hand it off to our intern Nam to talk more about Fund 46 revenue.
Hi everyone, my name is Nam Khan Lee and I'm one of the interns for the Finance Committee. And I'll be moving on to the revenue for Fund 46 for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. The primary source of revenue is in the student representation fees, which is projected at $71,000. In addition, we carry forward a prior year surplus of $10,800, bringing the total available revenue to $81,800. Overall, the majority of Fund 46 revenue comes from recurring student fees, with a smaller portion coming from the prior year surplus. This resulted in an 87-13 split between student fee surplus and student fee and surplus compared to an 80-20 ratio last year. Looking at Fund 46 revenue trends, one key factor affecting the collection is the student opt-out fees. Opt-out waivers have increased from $17,600 in the year 2022-2023 to $18,500 in the year 2024-2025. Based on this year trends, we expect opt-out level to remain consistent into the 2026-2027 fiscal year. As a result, opt-outs will continue to reduce the amount of revenue available each year. Next, I'll hand down to Witten for the Fund 46 budget.
Hi everyone, my name is Witten and I'm one of the intern for the Finance Committee. We will look into the 2026 to 2027 budget for Fund 46. For this cycle, our allocations come to $81,800. The total is divided into three primary categories. First, our largest commitment is to advocacy and training, which accounts to like $39,000. Next, we have other outgo, which accounts for $35,500. And finally, we allocated $7,300 for the government and support costs. If you look at the chart, you can see almost half of our money goes to training and advocacy. 43.4% goes to other outgo. The remaining 8.9% goes to government and support costs. Now I will hand it over to Jack to explain the major changes.
Hello, everyone. As my colleague said, my name is Jack. I'll be here to present some of the general changes done to De Anza's budget this year. To start off, let's take a look at the major picture. So De Anza's operational balance has increased almost 20% year to year. We're at $1.26 million for the 26-27 fiscal cycle. This is due to our commitment to making sure that vital programs to De Anza's community, much like ICC and mentors at De Anza, remain vigilant in their activities and remain strong. We hope that this increase in funding reflects the sentiment. Next, let's take a look at our campus service and events. That has actually decreased by 16%, but this was mainly driven by the fact that we found that several programs are actually essential to De Anza's core function. And according to our student code, we, the De Anza student government, should not be responsible for funding this. And instead, we have pushed the responsibility onto De Anza itself. Finally, we're seeing also a campus-wide shift in providing more students with direct income opportunities. For example, FA PAC has shifted their entire convention budget over into their internship program. To wrap this up, we have also made some changes to our finance code this year, specifying that we will not fund promotional item requests unless it includes De Anza's name or logo on there. We hope that these changes remain vigilant for the future and provide a better opportunity for our future finance committee. To introduce the person who will be wrapping up this presentation, I welcome in Arun Kumar, our next finance chair.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Arun Kumar. I'm the incoming finance chair for the next fiscal year. Now, this budget represents months of hard work and a genuine commitment to making sure every dollar we spend makes a real difference for all De Anza students. From growing our equity-based programs to strategic one-time investments to expanding special allocations to give us more flexibility throughout the year, every decision this committee made was with our 20,000 students in mind. We're proud to be funding over 30 programs on campus, and we're confident that this budget sets up not just this year, but future years for continued success. On behalf of the entire finance committee, Alan, Javen, Kyle, Jacob, Thin, Brandon, as well as all of our interns, thank you so much for your time and consideration today. We hope this presentation gave you a clear picture of where student funds are going and why. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
That was excellent. Board colleagues, this is an action item. We want to make sure you get your questions answered before we vote on this. So who has questions? Trustee Blaze.
Hello. Oh my gosh, that was excellent. I know how much practice it takes and how much time goes into this. So good job. I commemorate you all. And I guess my only question was pertaining to Fund 46 and specifically to the student representation fee. You said as of March 2026, it was still operating under a opt-out system, and with new conversations happening on the board, it seems like it might be beneficial to switch to a system where students are essentially selecting to opt out. So I guess my question is, with the current system, like we are losing money because students have the option to essentially opt in to give money. But as Foothill, I know is shifting towards a new system where we are going to have students have automatically give that $2 student representation fee. Is De Anza also moving that direction too in the future?
We haven't had such considerations, and our system has historically been an opt-in system. The useful part about Fund 41 is that it can be used to fund aspects of Fund 46 because it's our more general fund. And so any revenue increases that impact Fund 41 can be used in the direction of Fund 46. For instance, our raising of the student body fee from $10 to $12 raised our overall Fund 41 revenue this year by about $80,000. And so that $80,000 can also be used to fund specific things within Fund 46 if necessary. So that's not something that we've necessarily considered, especially as De Anza has certain revenue sources that we can also grow, such as the De Anza flea market. We have other considerations as for ways to raise our revenue outside of putting students in a position where they're opting in to pay a fee before having the option to opt out.
Do you have any follow-up questions?
Yes. I guess to contextualize it a little bit more, it was a system change that happened a few years ago. It hasn't always been a opt-in system. It was based off of a new policy that passed, and we could have later conversations about this. But essentially, I think while De Anza is doing very good in terms of its funding, there's potential growth of up to $40,000. And since it is advised in the said policy that students should have more of a opt-in system rather than an opt-out system in that bill, actually, I think I would be happy to help kind of converse with you guys about how to move towards that system if De Anza is interested in that, because that could be money towards conferences, etc., especially since you guys have so many student interns on board.
Yeah, we'd be happy to work with you. We understand the importance of going to certain conferences, and we have the possibility of expanding on things like going to the Federal Advocacy Academy by SSCCC or other SSCCC events. So that's something that we would be interested in working with you on.
Thank you. Other questions?
Student trustee Blaze, excellent offer of some insight there too. I just wanted to say thank you so much. Very professionally done presentation, and you all look fabulous in terms of making presentations to like a corporate arena. You're ready. You're ready. I'm just curious, just show of hands, how many of you are moving on, transferring out from De Anza? A number of you, right? Yeah, fun to see. We wish you well. We hope you feel like you've left a legacy in this hard work and being part of DASG, really important role. And we hope that you'll continue to seek out similar kinds of roles as you move forward in your next steps. And of course, remember DASG, remember De Anza, remember Foothill-De Anza. We hope you well, and we're extremely proud of you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have questions. I mean, they're not hard questions. I just have questions. This happens to be what I do for a living. And so if anybody wants to talk about how like for future career might look like, or how you do this work in a corporation, I've done it both nonprofits, corporations, and in universities. I'm happy to do that. Just come see me afterwards. I'll give you my phone number. Happy to do that. We need more good people doing this work. And I appreciated you all were well prepared and knew your numbers. I appreciated the nuance that came through when you just distinguished between Fund 41 and 46 and what is more restricted, right? You spend your more restricted money first so that your less restricted money is available for other things. I appreciate that you have internalized that and are using that. I read your book, read the book, took some notes. I'm not asking questions on all these little yellow things. But in the slides, I was a little confused about total revenue from all sources. I thought what I'd read in the book, I couldn't track with what was in the slides. So what is total revenue from all sources, and break out whatever the rollover is from the COVID money for me? And in tenths of millions is close enough.
Yeah, so overall revenue constitutes about 1.4 million year to year. And what we see from the COVID rollover is about 400,000. And what happens with that is we have a variance from budget to budget. So for instance, this year's budget is 1.8 million and last year's was 1.4. The reason we have that is because it rolls over to one budget and we're allowed to allocate it as such for that one budget. And then the next budget, it's not available to allocate as such. It's like a year one, year three sort of system. And that rollover, we've tried to address it by spending more funding towards one-time capital investments or other investments across the ANZA campus. So for instance, the environmental science area, we've supported the funding of new signage. That signage will last for up to, I believe, 10 to 15 years. And it was about $15,000. So with expenses like that, we can try to cut down the variance year to year. And so to ensure that we have a stable budget. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm a budget analyst. So I want to kind of break it down the revenue for you. So we had three sources of major revenue for Fund 41. Number one is the DSG car fee, is the student car. And now when you register for as a DNC student, everyone pays that $12 now. We increased it from 10 to 12. So that's about 35 to 40%. And another really big revenue is the flea market. It was created and founded by and run by the DNC student. And that's bringing a quarter of our revenue. Is really big, really profitable, and it's still growing. And then number three, which Alan mentioned, is the rollover from the COVID relief fund. Because during the COVID year, there's just a big government relief fund. And then the rollover until now is $400,000. So there's a lot of, that's why we have like a crazy number, $1.8 million is like record high. And then for Fund 46, we have the $2, which you can opt in. We talked about it. That's generally how we get the revenue. Thanks.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, can we get a motion to approve this budget?
I'll motion.
Okay. Can we get a second?
Cheng seconds.
All right, student advisory vote. How do you vote?
Aye.
Board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Congratulations.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Up next, our Foothill team.
This is an action item. Did you vote?
We did.
Oh, okay. Could you, sorry.
We can tell you later what happened.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good.
All right. Oh, let me fix that.
Oh. 1 second.
Thank you.
Try now.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Good evening, Board President Godfrey and members of the board. I'd first like to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to be here today. It's an honor to stand here alongside my peers representing Foothill College. And as you all know, we're here to present our proposed budget for the 2026 to 2027 academic year. This proposal reflects thoughtful collaboration and careful consideration guided by ASFC's core priorities. And we appreciate your time and continued investment in our students. And with that, we look forward to walking you through our proposal and answering any questions you may have. Before we move on, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Kayla Nguyen, and I'm currently serving as the ASFC president. I attended Evergreen Valley High School in San Jose, and I'm currently studying business administration here at Foothill. I'm also super proud to announce that I'll be transferring to UC Berkeley in the fall. Thank you. Now, to start it off, I'd like to showcase some of ASFC visions and goals. As we look towards the 2026 to 2027 academic year, these 8 priorities guide how we shape our budget and how we aim to serve our students. Before we move on, I'd like to briefly highlight a few key areas that have been central to our work in 2025 to 2026. So first, under basic needs, this year we had the opportunity to stand alongside in support of our Basic Needs Center, also coined the Owl's Nest, in their transition into a larger space to better support the large body of students that utilize their resources. It has always been outlined in ASFC's mission-based guidelines to advocate for and financially support basic student needs, both in person and virtually. We also like to emphasize shared governance and blueprint for success. This year and onward, we are guided by the collective vision outlined in Foothill College's Blueprint for Success 2030, a collective campus-wide effort that shapes our long-term direction for the next 5 years. In particular, our work aligns with its 4 core goals. Lastly, promoting student involvement and participation. This remains central to our work within ASFC as we actively encourage students to engage and participate through shared governance committees and leadership opportunities. Together, these priorities help define how we allocate resources and support our campus community moving forward. Okay, now I get to go over the fun part, some of ASFC's highlights from the past year. We like to take a moment to share these because they really show how funding translates into impact, what we're able to accomplish, who we're able to support, and how these resources contribute to a more successful and engaged campus community. Starting off is New Student Welcome Day. This is one of our largest events that we hold at the very beginning of the year. It's an opportunity for our Foothill leaders and staff and employees to welcome new incoming students. They get to know our resources, get to look around campus, and it's overall a super fun event, and we're always excited to meet our new students. This year, we garnered a participation over 840 plus students. Next is our Heritage Month series. This is a monthly series that we do every year that runs through October through June. We dedicate a different heritage to each month to represent and celebrate the different cultures that we have here at Foothill. Next is Political Awareness Day and voter registration. Through October and November, our own ASFC Senate Board tables across Foothill's campus to encourage students to vote in local, statewide, and nationwide elections. This year, we collaborated with the League of Women Voters and also the Dolores Huete event centered around her advocacy to encourage students to vote, which ultimately led to a total participation number of 700 plus students. Now, our athletic programs. We always love to celebrate and be proud of our athletic programs, but this year in particular, I'd like to celebrate our men's tennis team as they made it to the 2026 NorCal Championships. Now, ASFC also likes to support and fund the transfer program's two largest events, the Transfer Celebration and Transfer Fair. The Transfer Fair is an event where our transfer program invites multiple university representatives to Foothill College's campus to talk face-to-face with Foothill students interested in transferring. And the Transfer Celebration, which is coming up very soon, is an event where students who have successfully transferred come alongside with all their peers and celebrate their accomplishments. Next is the Owl's Nest and Food Pantry. As I mentioned earlier, this year we were able to stand in support of our Owl's Nest to transition into a larger space. We're proud to acknowledge that the Basic Needs Center started within ASFC as a project spearheaded by past ASFC officers. It began fully funded by ASFC, but as time passes, we've been able to get more school and state funding. However, we also like to mention that our interests always lie in continuing to support and fund our Basic Needs Center. Next is leadership conferences and advocacy. This year, we were very lucky to be able to attend many leadership conferences, and some that I would like to highlight are the Seesaw Leadership Conference held in San Jose, the SSCCC General Assembly held in Burlingame, and March in March held in Sacramento. This year in particular, I'd like to mention that we had an increase in participation of students who went to March in March, and also students who ran in the SSCCC's elections, as one of ours will be now serving as the Legislative Affairs Director. And last but not least, I'd like to shout out Club Day. This is another one of our biggest events that we hold quarterly, and it's a moment for our 85 plus student clubs to come out and invite others into their communities. Now, with that being said, I'd like to invite our presenters who will later introduce themselves to please stand. Next, I'd also like to introduce our advisors, Daphne Small and Kamara Tramble, who have guided us through this process. Now, I'd like to give the floor to our ASFC VP of Finance, Owen Ryan, who will guide us through creating the budget.
Thank you very much, Kayla. How's it going, everybody? My name is Owen Ryan, and yes, I am the Vice President of Finance here at Foothill. I'm a second year studying business administration. I graduated from Menlo Atherton High School in 2023, and I'm honored to announce that I will be attending UC Berkeley in the fall. Thank you very much. Each year, the Finance Board's biggest task is commissioning Each year, the Finance Board's biggest task is commissioning next year's budget. This year's process began with refining and voting on our mission, vision, and goals. We then reached out to leaders of organizations that held line items on previous year's budgets, offering a platform to intake suggestions. After our hearings finished, we went through our budget line by line, analyzing each line item by student trends, fiscal year activity, and the input from our hearings. We then took our budget to Campus Council, where all of ASFC unanimously voted to approve our final numbers. After the budget was approved, our attention shifted to this presentation to clearly express all of our work we have done to present to the college leadership and ultimately you all here today. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to dedicate this year's budget to one of our most influential budget analysts and late friend, Arun Gadapati. Arun had a very large impact on Foothill's student body as a whole, and our board is grateful for the chance to honor his memory here today. I would now like to pass it to Chandni Beasley to jump into our budget breakdown.
Hello, my name is Chandni Beasley, and I'm a budget analyst on the Foothill Finance Board. I'm a first-year economics major, and I graduated from Comont High School. I plan to transfer to a four-year institution next year. So this is an overview of our projected income for the 2026 to 2027, totaling to $443,000. As you can see, the distribution has remained largely the same since last year, with a la carte sales making up majority at 85.8%, then following with ASFC business operations at 7.9% and investment income at 6.3%. We've accounted for a small decrease in investment income, but an increase in both a la carte sales and ASFC business operations, which we will break down on the next slide. So starting with our student body card revenue, we are projecting at $380,000 in a la carte sales. This increase is driven by the student body fees increase from $10 to $12 in 2025. For ASFC business, we are projecting at $35,000, and this reflects the increased student activity on campus that's been picking back up since COVID. The investment income was projected at $28,000, and the slight decrease there reflects the lower interest rate environment due to Federal Reserve rate cuts. But that has been offset by growth in our other income streams. We're not projecting any miscellaneous income this year, and so that brings our total projected income to $443,000. So now moving into our expenses, our total projected expenses for 2026 to 2027 are $471,000. The distribution has shifted slightly from last year with a stronger prioritization on college services and campus life and support programs. This reflects our commitment to serving a student population with diverse needs and goals and the blueprint for success. We also have reallocated funds from the athletic teams that either do not have officiating fees or are no longer active here at Foothill. Our operational costs, which, for example, cover wages for our secretary, Isha, who's a vital part of keeping ASFC operating at full capacity, our student elections, and our marketing that serve as a huge driver for OWL card sales, are a cardinal part of our budget. These costs have largely remained steady this year. Where we did make changes, we economized line items that were being underutilized and reallocated those funds to areas where we believe they can make a greater impact. The subtotal for this section is $43,350 with a net change of $500 from last year. So before I dive into the services and activities section, I do want to note that throughout the presentation, we will be highlighting the line items we found to be most impactful for our student body and those that we made changes to. We have many more services and activities that are not represented on this slide that remain unchanged. Our services and activities are the heart of our community events here at Foothill, and majority of the highlighted events from this year were funded by this section in the budget. We increased the winter activities line item to encourage more student attendance at those events, and we increased the ICC Club Day budget because we want to continue supporting and growing our most highly attended event. The subtotal for this section is $47,900 with a net change of $1,000. The OWL card and business operations section covers the operational infrastructure of our campus running, and it keeps it running day to day, from the Welcome Center and Design Center to the OWL card services and photocopier lease. The Welcome Center serves as the first point of contact for students when they arrive on campus. Students can get their OWL card, set up transportation, and get oriented here. And with the bookstore closing, the Welcome Center will also become a place where students can pick up supplies, scantrons, and classroom materials. It is also worth noting that the Design Center is a significant source of income for ASFC, playing an important role in supporting our overall budget. We shifted some line items in this section, either reducing or increasing based on need or improving utilization of funds. The subtotal for this section comes to $114,200 with a net change of $2,700. Thank you very much, and I will hand it off to my colleague, Devin.
Thank you, Chandani. Hello, board. My name is Devin. I am a second-year business and anthropology major here at Foothill. I graduated from Winston Churchill High School in Potomac, Maryland, and I'm proud to announce that I will be attending UC Santa Barbara this fall. I'm here to talk about the College Services Expense Report. The first item is the Pass the Torch Tutoring Service Initiative. The student employee wages for the Pass the Torch Tutoring Service has increased by about $2,000 to meet the needs of the long-standing and growing program. The next item, as Kayla mentioned earlier, we will continue to support the Foothill's Owl's Nest, although less resources will be needed from the ASFC budget. The third item is the Foothill Global Experiential Learning Initiatives, representing the funding of 3 abroad learning programs historically funded by ASFC: the Medical School Brigade to Honduras, the Anthropology Field School, and the Fund the Future Abroad program. These programs will be combined under one line item for scholarships towards students who otherwise lack the resources to participate in these programs. I personally have participated in this program, and I can tell you that the experience I gained from it helped me a lot in my work and life, my work and school life. The next item is the Arun Godapati Scholarship, honoring our late friend and former ASFC student leader, Arun Godapati. The scholarship consists of 2 $1,000 scholarships dedicated to students focusing on community engagement and service on campus. These annual scholarships will honor Arun's legacy as a quality leader and will be funded by ASFC and facilitated by the District Foundation. Finally, the Library Textbook Reserve. While we still consider the Library Textbook Reserve Program a highly valuable benefit to students, we now have additional funding through the Library Materials Fund and the lottery funds. Additionally, programs like the Zero Cost Textbook Initiative has helped us alleviate the cost of textbooks for students. The total for this section is $40,550 and the net change is $560. I'll now pass it on to my fellow budget analyst, Rightful Fong.
Thank you so much, Devin. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rightful Fong Wing Han, and I'm a first-year business economics student. I'm from Malaysia, and I've studied all my life in Malaysia before coming to Foothill College in the spring of last year. I'm currently a budget analyst on the finance board and will remain here for another year in the position of VP of Finance. So shifting our focus to the campus life support programs, this is where some of our most innovative and brilliant events are funded on campus. To begin, we made a slight increase to the student accounts operation to meet their needs. Next up, we have the cultural awareness line item, which supports monthly heritage events coming in at $50,000. In the following sections, we will explain and highlight programs that support students' well-being. Firstly, the dental hygiene program that provides complimentary dental services to students who pay the student body fee. Now, we have two other very impactful budget line items with the new student orientation, which not only welcomes new Foothill students to the campus, but also had over 800 students in attendance this past year. And then we also have the the student orientation program, which celebrates students' achievements with their families. The total amount for this section comes out to $141,300 with a net change of $1,000. Now I'd like to invite my fellow colleague Zion up here to tell you about our next section. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rightful. Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name is Zayon Verma. I'm a first-year economics major who graduated from Mountain View High School and plans to transfer to a four-year university next year. Additionally, I'm pleased to announce that I'll be returning to the finance board as a budget analyst next year. Moving on, we have reallocated funding across our various sports teams on a needs basis. Most notably, we have paused funding for women's water polo as well as men's and women's swimming because these sports have been moved over to De Anza. Overall, we have allocated $33,700 to sports with a net change of $9,200 from last year. We at ASFC are proud to continue supporting our drama program, and we have continued our funding of $5,000, which goes to the wages and benefits of students who are involved in these drama productions. Finally, we have allocated $45,000 to our unallocated reserves. This line item serves two purposes. Number one, it serves to fund new initiatives that do not have pre-existing line items, as well as funding any sports championships that our sports teams may receive. I'd now like to pass the floor back to our VP of Finance, Owen Ryan.
Thank you very much, Zion, and the rest of my amazing finance board for the in-depth breakdown of our budget. I would now like to take a step back and look at our budget holistically. Our total expenses from this year and last year are marginally similar and to our final expenses for our 26-27 budget. This minimal change is intentional this year. To echo what was said earlier, our projections for our income next year stands at $443,000, expenses total to $471,000, and a net deficit of $28,000. Last year, alongside De Anza, this board approved our recommendation for a $2 increase to the student body fee from $10 to $12. This increase has reshaped the trajectory of our budget. We are trending towards stability, and by next year, I have high confidence that there will be little to no deficit. This year, we took a little bit more of an analytical approach to our budget, accounting for variables like the 7.5% decrease in enrollment from students per quarter. Our final number of 443,000 is on the more conservative side. There's a high chance that the income number will surpass our projected number, but for the sake of the future Foothill students, it is safer to budget. A safer budget will prioritize the long-term financial well-being of our fund balance. Our deficit has been reduced to 28,000, which is just above 10% of our remaining fund balance of $263,606. Moving on to our student rep fee. Our spending is heavily geared towards conference and travel, which mirrors our main goals to prepare student leaders with valuable experiences to help them make meaningful change. Our projected expenses total $50,000, of which 60% will be spent on the aforementioned conference and travel, 30% allocated for advocacy and leadership development, and 10% for campus political awareness. Our ending rep fee balance will be $83,485, which will continue to trend at a oh, I'm sorry, guys. Here we go. Sorry about that. Our ending rep fee balance will be $83,485, which will continue to trend at a deficit due to the increase in opportunities and rising costs associated with these events. We are working with the college on the payment collection page in our registration system to encourage greater participation to opt in for this fee. Which we hope will be a solution to see an increase in this revenue. Thank you, Board President and members of the board for having us this evening. I would like to reiterate that it's the honor of the entirety of the Finance Board to be here today. Up on screen is a photo of the whole Finance Board where Devin is holding a Rune God Apolli's memorial leaf, which will be placed on the tree situated behind us.
Thank you, Owen. And I'd like to echo Owen's statements to close this presentation off. And thank you again for your attention.
That's a wow. That's a wow. You guys did such a nice job. Let us first say we're so sorry for the loss of your colleague. At the time, when we heard about it at the time, he seemed like such a great friend and colleague, and we can tell by the way you talk about him that he was. So we appreciate you bringing that forward. Okay, team, this is an action item. So let's make sure we get all our questions on the table. Who has questions? Trustee Casas?
I'm not sure I have too many questions. I'm just so impressed with your presentation, your conciseness, your professionalism, and your leader, Daphne Small, always prepares you well. So congratulations to all of you. I love hearing about your acceptance to our very wonderful universities in the state of California. It shows your hard work and you're being prepared. I guess my only statement on your presentation is De Anza has a lot more money with their flea market, yet you show extreme, concise and well-focused way of investing your money in student activities and things that really help our students. So thank you for that. And with that, are there any more questions?
Let's see if there's any other questions. Other questions? So Trustee Blaze.
No question necessarily, but I just wanted to comment. I really like the addition of pictures in the beginning. I feel like it really humanizes where our money is going, and it reminds us that behind every dollar is a program that's funding a student and creating another success story of the community college system. And I know most of you guys very intimately, so I just want to say I'm so proud of all of you guys, and I can't wait to see what incredible things you guys all come to do.
Thank you.
Any questions down here? Any questions from leadership? Leadership tables? Okay. I'm going to echo what Trustee Blaze just said about adding the human factor. I think is very important when you're trying to get a budget approved. Folks want to see your impact. You hear the word impact over and over and over again. People are interested in dollars, but they're more interested in impact. So I appreciated you taking that style and approach, and then summarizing what total expenses were, what total revenue was, so that folks who are maybe a little less acquainted with fund accounting can still understand what you're presenting. So my offer stands. If anybody wants to talk about what this looks like out in the wild, come and get my phone number from me afterwards. Any other questions or comments before we call for a vote?
Just adding congratulations and all the best to those that are transferring on, and keep doing some of this great work at your campuses and into your lives beyond. You're doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion?
I'd be happy to motion.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second. Happily second.
Alrighty. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. The rest of the board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, it passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
On to less interesting parts of the agenda. Up next, we have the consent calendar. We have items 4 through 15 on a consent calendar. Is there anything that we'd like to pull from the consent calendar? Dr. Shively?
I'd like to pull number 4.
Number 4. Anything else? Okay, then any questions on any of these? Oh,
Hi.
I'd
like
went up.
Sorry about that.
Yes, no worries.
I'd like to pull number 12, please.
I'm sorry, did you say 12?
Yes.
12, okay. Okay, number 4 and number 12 have been pulled. Does anybody want to move that we approve 5 through 11 and 13 through 15?
I'll move approval of those items that have not been pulled.
Thank you. Second.
Chang seconds.
Alrighty, student advisory vote, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board colleagues, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed, saying nay? Any abstentions? All right, those pass. What is our practice? Do we do 4 and 12 now, or do we do them at the end? Do them now, okay. Who would like to speak to number 4 on your staff? Chancellor Lambert.
Vice Chancellor Malden.
All right, thank you.
Maybe I can make this shorter. My concern has nothing to do with the board policies themselves. I think those should move forward. It's more about the framing language that's used in the board document itself.
Will you say a little more about that, please?
Yeah, so basically under background and analysis, it says, with guidance from the Community College League of California, and I object to that phrase because it makes it seem almost that entity was a participatory presence, and that is not the case. And I've raised this point several times over the last couple of years about our use of the league's legal guidance over revising board policy and administrative procedures. And, I think that's a useful resource, but it has to be tempered with the knowledge that the board is not a neutral entity, that they have an agenda. And I will cite, for example, their dishonest misrepresentation around the 50% law in publications, communications, which went out to our entire faculty in the last year or so. And they're entitled to their opinion, but I feel queasy about the fact that we're basically saying that they guided us through this process. I think we did a really good job as a committee in coming to forward these policies, but I don't think that the league was responsible for that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, can I get a motion to adopt these?
Chang moves approval.
Can I get a second?
Second, Casas.
Thank you. Student advisory, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board colleagues, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody abstain? Okay, thank you. Thank you for raising that. Let's look at item number 12.
My question was very simple. I wanted to know about the budget that was going to support the increase in the expenditure for item number 12.
I'd like to call Executive Director of Facilities, Joel Cadiz, to answer the question.
The funds were taken from some of Foothill's projects that several projects there were either the scope was being put in another project, and that left some funds to go to the pool. Some are additional, there's 5 total. Let me just get you the list.
So this is part of the bond distribution that would be discussed in item number. Item number 23.
Can we defer the discussion to 23?
Okay.
Do you want to do that? Is that all right? All right. All right. Then why don't we? Yes, we do. Can I get a motion to pass this item?
Approval?
Okay. Did you get that, Ms. Olson? Thank you. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, passes. Great. Okay, we are moving on to board business. We have an action item here. It's item number 16 related to international travel. It's related to Chancellor Lambert's international travel. Would you like to say a word?
Yes, Madam President. I'll say a few background pieces, and then I was going to have our Executive Director, Jennifer Brook, come up and just provide just a little more context. So I will be traveling on personal business to South Korea. My mother and I are going to visit her home city. I've never visited my mom's home city. And so while there, in conversations with our Executive Director for International, I asked, is there potentially, any business that she'd like us to conduct in South Korea or other countries nearby? She said yes. And I said, well, if it's possible to extend my trip, if the board would approve that, I'd be glad to do so. And of course, that keeps the cost down to the district overall. So that's why this item is here before you. I thought if you wanted to just add a little more information for us.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Good evening, board. So we have a very unique opportunity here with Chancellor Lambert traveling internationally for personal business to continue the travel to help extend our work that we're doing. You heard me speak last in February about what's going on in the international arena, and nothing much has changed in terms of some of the difficulties we face working with students, parents, counselors, foreign universities in terms of what's going on at the federal level. So the element of trust is extremely important, and our team's doing a really great job of establishing trust, but someone at a higher level at the district will really show that in a very meaningful way that we value international students here at both campuses, at the district and in the local community. So that's one main rationale. So Chancellor Lambert would be visiting high schools as well as partner universities and signing some MOUs. I should back up a moment and say that South Korea is number 3 as far as generating revenue to the district and number of international students, only behind China and Myanmar, which of course is going to be declining. And Japan is number 10 overall. However, it's number 1 for the number of incoming study abroad students. And so there's a lot of opportunity of building sustainable pipelines of students coming from partner universities. So Chancellor Lambert will be meeting with their presidents and their chancellors, signing MOUs to hopefully have new students joining us over time. And then another thing that we're going to be doing is collaborating with UC Davis on providing seminars to high schools as well as parents and counselors that we work with. In addition, we've already secured meetings. So Chancellor Lambert, if this is approved, will be visiting the Korea Institute for Advancement of Technology and the Semiconductor Academy to see how South Korea is partnering government, private sector and government, along with the US government as well, actually, to provide training to adult learners as well as high school students. So just kind of seeing the innovations on the ground in other countries to hopefully bring that back here to our campuses and perhaps provide opportunities for our students to go study there and also for their students to perhaps come visit us on short-term study. So there's a lot of opportunity that we're collaborating and developing. And it would really help, especially in this climate, build that trust to have Chancellor Lambert seal the deal, so to speak, in this arena.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Trustee Casas.
In the last few years, have we experienced declining enrollment of our international students?
Yes, definitely.
And has the majority of the declining enrollment been from Asia?
Well, it's our largest bodies of students coming, so yes. But we also have the largest numbers from Asia.
And how has the relationship with getting the student visas, how is that? Because I know we had some issues a couple years ago, or actually even last year, right?
Yeah.
How is that? Is that improved?
So it depends on the country, of course. And so we have the issue with some of the banned countries being in Asia. And unfortunately, we do have a large number of students from those countries. But from the other countries like South Korea and Japan, it's been fairly steady. And we actually have secured meetings with the consular divisions and officers in both South Korea and Japan to advocate on behalf of community college visa approval for our district.
Well, seeing that the world is, I mean, the way our country has handled international affairs, I think it's very important for us to have trust. And so normally I would not be for international travel, but seeing the world as it is, I think it's very important to establish that trust. So I will support this.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
Can I just clarify one thing, Madam President? Your approval is only paying the additional costs. So only if whatever my changed airfare is, it's picking up that difference in cost, as well as, obviously the room and board and the travel expenses for that range of dates. Everything else is yes.
Thank you for that clarification. This is an action item. Can I get a move to approve?
Cheng moves approval.
Second.
All right. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, all in favor say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. And it happens. Okay, we're good. Thank you. It passes. Okay. Number 17, district-wide strategic plan for a few years, next few years. And Chancellor Lambert, are you doing
Yes,
this?
Madam
or-
President, I'm going to have Vice Chancellor Mumjian take us through this, please.
I'm waiting for Deanna to get the clicker here for me. Thank you. In the meantime, I wanted to thank all of the faculty and staff, the planning councils, academic senates, classified senates, our student councils as well for their time, for allowing me to come to your meetings to present on the district-wide strategic plan. This is the same presentation that they have all seen. The update to the Foothill-De Anza College Foothill-De Anza Community College District Strategic Plan was developed to establish a framework with a focused, actionable way that moves the district from vision to action across college and district operations. The development process was an iterative one, beginning in early 2024 with district-wide town halls that identified 12 initial priorities. These were later distilled into 5 strategic priorities during the 2025 Board of Trustees retreat, ensuring alignment with the district's mission and the individual strategic plans of Foothill and De Anza colleges. The plan serves as a call to action, emphasizing innovation and equity through a shared understanding of how to advance the district's goals through a series of foundational practices. At the heart of the plan are 5 wildly important goals. These are breakthroughs that are designed to drive meaningful, measurable progress by 2030. Execution of the plan is managed through the 4 disciplines of execution framework, which utilizes a cadence of accountability involving quarterly reviews, Progress is tracked through leading measures as well as lag measures, which are the final results. These 5, I call them the +5 goals, district-wide goals, because each college has its own plans. These 5 goals include Goal 1 in the Equity by Design category, redesign course scheduling to support workforce Pell Grant implementation to ensure 30% of eligible programs are in accelerated pathways. Goal 2 is to create 5 academic pathways for dual admissions, not enrollment, dual admissions with UC and CSU by fall 2027. In the digital transformation, to have a framework that is defined and applied to enhance the student experience by fall 2027. In the career pathways area, we want to ensure that all CTE, career technical education programs, are aligned with labor market demand by the end of spring 2029. And in Goal 5, that every student enrolled in Area 4, Calgetsi, will engage in civic and community engagement by fall 2030. These are very specific and explicit goals, each with lead and lag measures that could be measured, that could be identified. The executive sponsors, if you will, or leaders for each of these goals are the vice chancellors, the college presidents, and the foundation. We anticipate a cadence of accountability, which would be on a quarterly basis. So there would be teams of faculty and staff working with the executive sponsors to follow up on these, and reporting would occur in our Chancellor's Advisory Council meetings. And it's a disciplined approach so that we've got a commitment for these +5 goals that really accelerate district-wide impact and enhancing what we're doing at scale. Ultimately, the plan intends to transform student success into regional academic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Team, this is an information item, so get your questions answered. Trustee Landsberger.
First, a couple of comments. I appreciate the brevity of this strategic plan. That's a welcome aspect of it. And much of it strikes me as very good articulation of, I think, things that have been traditional in the district. For example, the foundational practices, I think, express an interest in reinforcing a culture that I think we've always striven for, but not uniformly achieved. And so articulating those as an essential backdrop, a continued improvement in that area, I think is important and critical here. And the strategic priorities, I think, are also, again, in line with the way the district has operated and conceives of itself. What is new are these 5 goals. And what I'd like some comment on is how authentically, how genuinely are these being bought into by the colleges? Because if they're not, this is not going to work. So can you comment on that? And then I have a few questions about the goals themselves.
Certainly. Well, I look to all of my colleagues to whom I've presented, and it's always been interesting to get the feedback, and we have taken it through an iterative feedback process. So I believe that there is buy-in, if you will, on these +5 goals. I think where again, those questions are, well, our college, my college, your college, and we're taking this as a district-wide approach, that what we're doing is district-wide. And it may be that one college is ahead of the other in one of these goals, and that's fine. That's still wonderful for our district. And we're just helping to elevate across the board how we serve our students.
in particular, I'd like to hear from the Senate.
Yeah,
So
I'll leave it to them.
That's good.
Thank you for this opportunity. And, you know, when we talk about these big plans, it's always hard, could be a challenge sometimes to bring it locally to the academic senate to think about like, okay, well, how does the district interact with me? And the way I've always, the way I framed it with the Foothill Academic Senate was with our blueprint for success and aligning that with the strategic plan for the district. And that's something that was tangible for our faculty at Foothill was that, well, you know, this strategic plan that the district is coming up, it was informed by the blueprint for success, which we all had input, and trying to draw those connections with our faculty, again, can often be challenging just because these are kind of big picture kind of goals. But at the same time, this is the work that we were engaged when we were developing the blueprint for success. So now it's just like, how do we align that? And that's always important when we come up with these strategic plans, because we don't want them to be on a bookshelf. But at the same time, how do we engage locally to help support this district plan? And so that's the challenge. And you know, these conversations will continue in academic senate and how we can best support that. But in my work as the Senate president is really looking at our blueprint for success and our transformative goals for our campus and how that might align with the district strategic plan.
Well, it says explicitly the goals are complementary to the strategic plans of the colleges. So, I mean, that they are aligned in some fashion, and that you know how they're aligned is an indication that they'll actually be supported and worked on. Otherwise, they're just going to be set aside, and you know, the colleges will say, "We got our thing. We're focused on this, all this stuff." You know, you guys make that happen at the district. So, what I'm hearing you saying is that that is the work you've been.
Yeah, and that's part, you know, that's part of the trust that as the elected leader for the academic senate, is that I'm going to try to work and align all those pieces, and hopefully I could guide our faculty to see those connections. And again, it could be really challenging when it's like, how do I interact with these district priorities?
Because these get specific and they're measurable, and there's going to be accountability. So it's got to, you know, there's got to be traction. Is it same at De Anza?
We are in a slightly different boat for all the obvious reasons. We are in a period of transition.
It's not obvious. That's what I'm asking.
So we are, well, it is on our campus to us, rightly so. We are in a period of transition as we look towards our newly minted strategic plan and the one we've had that expires in 2027. And as Vice Chancellor Momchan said, we are in the process of thinking through these 5 important goals and how they may vary between the 2 colleges, but collectively as a district, we are unitedly moving in the same direction. So there are a goal which might have a stronger work behind it at Foothill. And for example, you know, De Anza may have done a little bit more work on civic capacity in comparison. I'm just using that one as an example. The plan was definitely iterative. It was definitely involving the academic senate at De Anza. There were multiple presentations and multiple voices and multiple inputs to it. To answer your question more directly, the vision of the plan is something that we are in alignment with. The specifics of the plan, some of them align more with where we are headed as a college, but collectively as a district, we are committed to it, to be in partnership with Foothill and of course with the district. One thing that we have been assured again and again is that it is an iterative plan, and we are going to be revisiting it as we start to do this work together. And that has been very reassuring and a great step forward in how we are looking at us being a collaborative group working together. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes. I do have a couple of more specific, but why don't other board members weigh in first?
Other questions, Trustee Liz?
Yeah, so I had a question specifically since we're seeing like this is the district strategic plan. I think it would be really, really valuable to have student voice somewhere in this conversation, especially because when it comes to the differences in the schools, it's students that know them most intimately, right? So for example, when we talk about equity by design, something that I've always been confused by is why we have such different honors programs. And that is the reason why, like, that is a large reason why students choose the schools that they choose, right? For example, Foothill's honors program is very accessible and has UCLA TAP. De Anza's, on the other hand, is less accessible. You need a letter of rec. You need to have a minimum GPA. And to me, that makes no sense when the point of community college is to give a second chance, right? Because as a 2.8 GPA student in high school, I'm thriving now in an honors program that I wouldn't have been able to join initially. And so I bring that up just to say that that isn't obvious to someone who isn't a student, right? Who doesn't know these schools as intimately as students do. And so my question with all of that is, how are students going to be centered in this conversation?
Thank you so much. I presented at the De Anza student government and I was scheduled, but unfortunately with the loss during a period of grieving, it didn't work out to come to the Students Association at Foothill College, and I will. Each of these 5 goals, again, and they're very specific goals. These are like breakthrough goals. Wouldn't it be amazing? It takes our district to a whole nother level should we achieve these 5 specific goals. Each one has an executive sponsor, and I am working with our Faculty Senate and Classified Senate, both of them, to recruit persons to serve on little work groups. And students would absolutely have to be a part of that, especially when we're talking about digital transformation, for example. That's one where we definitely would need that input and to be part of the working group. So I will reach out to see if we can get somebody to participate on these working groups as we move forward. So this is not just the district, and I say in quotes, the district making something happen. It's really all of us working together with the representatives from both colleges moving forward, district-wide impactful work for our students. So thank you.
Other questions, maybe back to Trustee Landsberger?
Okay. Focusing now more tightly on the goals themselves, just a couple of questions. First of all, goal 2, creating 5 academic pathways for dual admissions articulation. Could you give us a short summary of what the difference between dual admissions articulation and regular articulation are, just so we know kind of what field we're in here. And in addition to the colleges buying in on this, the CSU and the UC have to be genuine partners. And what's the likelihood of that? Or what's your prognosis there?
Well, that's what it makes it a wildly important goal. And those are the lead measures we need to look at. So I know that one of our vice presidents of instruction, for example, has connections and has got some interest from Monterey Bay. We need to start making those contacts. So those are lead measures. Let's get together. Let's contact the individuals at the UCs and CSUs. This is new legislation. Other colleges and universities are doing those partnerships. And let's see where we can make some traction. So it's going through a process of just holding ourselves accountable to specific activities to make progress. I don't know yet the answer because we haven't started in earnest in that area, but there is the bill. It is new legislation.
And what is dual admissions?
The students are getting accepted to the CSU and UC and accepted to the community college at the same time.
And will they have, for example,
and you articulate.
Yeah, and will our students immediately have access to services and support from the baccalaureate institution?
I'm not sure about the students and support, but this is where we would need to work with our articulation officers and our faculty to map those pathways. Yes.
If I may add, I mean, I think at Foothill, and this is probably the challenge between our two campuses, like it's beginning to crystallize at the Foothill campus because we have like programs like the Aspen Unlocking Opportunity that we're fortunate to be part of, and so they're giving some advice on what we could do. And one of the things like, if you want to do like this dual admission, like you could do like a co-location, like a four-year university would come here to the college, and while they're still familiar with the campus, but a four-year university could come here and co-locate, and then they would just continue on with their upper division work.
Or vice versa, where we could co-locate on their campus. Our students could have access to their library and their counselors and.
Precisely, and that requires a partnership. And
that's correct.
And so those are some of the things that at least have kind of surfaced in the discussions in academic senate. Okay. But it's all discussion, but we also need the support from a variety of different partners. So hopefully that helps.
And those are all of the things that we'll be exploring, even for our international students. That's on our radar as we think of dual admissions. There's opportunities.
Okay, goal 4, ensure all CTE programs are aligned with labor market demand. Is it the anticipation that that's possible? And what happens to the ones that aren't?
Well, I mean, again, at Foothill College, it's crystallizing because unlocking opportunities, helping us understand like, okay, what can we do with, for example, CTE programs? I mean, one of the big things, especially when we think about accreditation looking forward, it's just like this conversation about return on investment and like looking at how, what students are putting in and what the degree, how will that lead them to a meaningful and livable wage when they graduate? So that's something that is top of mind, at least when I look at the accreditation frame. And so it really puts me in the Senate leadership position to kind of look at like, what are we doing to make sure that our students don't graduate into poverty? And so really looking at, okay, CTE, that's one piece, but they're all also like the liberal arts education. Like, how do we make sure that our programs that we either transfer students or graduate students so they have a livable wage when they graduate?
So is this potentially an example of where one college may be in a different position than the other? Because it sounds like this is already a topic that Foothill is focused on. I don't know about.
Trustee Landsberger, it is very much a topic at the ANZA as well. We have a very robust CTE program, and our faculty have been actively writing curriculum and approaching business partnerships to create pathways to the local workforce.
So that starts to go back to my first question, which is these are relevant and applicable goals for the colleges.
Absolutely,
not
sir.
just the district. So that's good news.
No, we want to reiterate that this was very much a collaborative effort and with an idea that came about from the Vice Chancellor, but it was very much, has gone through many iterations collectively.
Okay. And finally, goal 5 is about civic and community engagement, which I completely endorse. I want to be real clear. I think that's extremely important given the nature of our politics now. But at the same time, this is potentially a very touchy area, depending on how we execute on this. I assume there will also be, it won't be just turned over for the colleges to enact it as they see fit, but there will be a kind of thoughtful, reflective approach to this that represents a district consensus on how we should go about doing our business, right?
Yes, that is the intention.
Okay. All right, thanks. Sorry to take.
I have a couple questions, but I want to make sure my colleagues have gotten their questions answered first. Okay. Thank you very much. These are wildly important. Love them. So moving forward, there's a lot of leading and lagging metrics in here. Do we have baseline for everything, or at least the source of the data for everything?
not for everything, but we'll start with the leading indicators, which are things that we can control and predict. The lagging and indicators are things that you measure a year out. And they are measurable. So these items are measurable. It's again, going through the iterative process. We're still getting the teams together, and we will create baselines and through these quarterly reviews to see how we're making progress based on the lead indicators. The lag indicators are the final result to see the result of our action. So if we want to create 5 academic pathways, you can see if you have pathways and how many of them, but it's all of the in-between work that gets us there is really where we're going to be focused on at the outset.
For example, in goal 1, there's lagging measures that are things that we can measure today, right? Percent of courses, success rate for accelerated
Yes.
courses. Presumably we based our goals on the baseline. So we have baseline for that stuff.
For example, I'm looking at Dr. Whalen with the Pell eligible. If you could explain that wildly important goal.
Sure. That wildly important goal is based upon the, the one aspect of HR1 that we actually applauded about, which was the passing of workforce Pell. It's wildly important because we want those Pell monies to be directed and to have these institutions ready to capture those dollars, because other institutions that don't provide affordable options to students are going to be ready ahead of us. So the baseline there, of course, because it's a new program, is that we are, we didn't have at the passage of HR1, we didn't have any workforce eligible programs. So we're, interested in now taking measure of how many programs we anticipate meet the workforce outcomes, the enhanced wages, and also taking stock of our curriculum catalogs for those that are stackable. So those are some of the measures. Any questions I can answer for you on that, I'm happy to do so.
I'm just trying to sort out the framework in my brain of how, because sometimes it's hard to get traction when you've delineated your list of leading and lagging indicators, but you still don't know where to get the data. It can be we can take you off track pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
So a related question is, and really more like where the rubber meets the road, when do you expect to come back with, this is our baseline, this is how often, like you said, I think in the cadence was quarterly?
So quarterly reviews from the teams that are working on these that would provide updates at the Chancellor's Advisory Council. I would anticipate coming to you in a year so that we can share the progress that we've made. I'm in the process of recruiting the teams now so that we can start, and have been very careful to not overly prescribe and define everything in here, because it has to go through that iterative process with the participation of the faculty and staff and the subject matter experts in this work. So again, I haven't defined it at that level of detail, but once we begin in earnest at the end of each quarter, we should be able to see where we're making traction and what's reasonable. And what makes them wildly important is they are aspirational. They're huge. They're way up there. That's intentional. We might not get there, but we've got to do something to see what it takes to get 1 or 2, even if we got 1 or 2 academic pathways, that could be a breakthrough for us in starting the trend.
I would love to see in sometime between now and a year from now, just when you hit the point which you feel like the teams are staffed, the baseline's in place, we know what we're going to measure. That would be for me a great sort of anchor, so that a year from now, I'm not asking these same questions. Anything else? This is an information item. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Chang.
Vice Chancellor, thank you. It's very exciting to see how this is evolving. And and a lot of times, how I like to look at strategic plans is also the underlying kind of process and conversations and integrated discussions that come from the evolution and the work. And so already tonight, you're giving us a bird's eye view, I think, into those conversations that have been happening. And I think that's important for us to hear and to know that those are occurring between and across the colleges and the campus. And so a question also in the process, were there like more than 5 global goals that were kind of thought about? I'm just curious in the early conversations, and then you settled on 5. Kind of how did that go?
So the goals themselves, again, these are sponsored by the executive leadership. So we wanted to keep it very simple, very narrow, very specific, and 1 goal per strategic priority area. And so we went through a little internal competition of what could be some wildly important goals and offered and went through a process with our stakeholders as those goals evolved.
And then as I look at goal 5, I see you have some placeholders, kind of like, I think back to what President Godfrey was saying too. When do you see that kind of getting fleshed out? When will we see a little bit more meat there?
In the fall. Right now we're recruiting the teams. Summertime, we'll get some baseline work done that we can get done. I'm looking at now the District Academic Senate President, Dolores Davison. And then in the fall, get going with the teams once we know we've got the right folks in the room to have those discussions and move forward.
Thank you. Trustee Casas.
Yeah, I just, Assemblymember Berman had a bill and passed, and funding was given on common course numbering for courses between the colleges and I guess up 4-year institutions. So how is that with our articulation, dual articulation goals? How is that? Is there a reaction to that? I mean, has that come down to the colleges? I know it was passed at the state level. Has that, Dolores, I'm looking right at you. I know it's been very frustrating for faculty, but the students are frustrated also, so.
Yes, the common course numbering piece has come down to the colleges. There are, because we are on quarters, a number of common course numbering patterns that we cannot do. In my own discipline, our history program has survey courses that are 3 quarters. You cannot commonly course number those unless you change the unit total, change the hours, change the structure of the courses. So there have been a number of our courses at both colleges that have become commonly course numbered. That process is currently on hold because we are getting a lot of pushback from our CSU and UC colleagues that do not want to do the work necessary. I will say that in the nicest possible way. And so there have been some significant challenges with it. As you're aware, when I was statewide academic senate president, the statewide academic senate heartily opposed Berman's bill. AB 1111 was a real infringement on curricular everything, really. That was as bad as AB 928 was, AB 1111 was worse in a lot of ways. So do you want to talk on it, Tim?
Yay, it's an AB 1111 bitch party.
So I will just
But
add
you said it to
that-
Lavos, who's sitting right behind you.
It's another example of parties that don't know the territory from the ground up, trying to legislate it from the top down. It's a bad idea. And, we've struggled with Berman on a number of fronts, another bill number of bills in the past, but I would rank this one right behind AB 1705 as the most deleterious thing to come out of Sacramento that's hit the community colleges.
So this is a problem then for our district in the future, the Common Course with the quarter system that we have. So that is going to be a problem we need to work with and identify for our students in the future. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Dolores, I know you're dying to say something.
When it comes to this, I do want to point out that AB 1111 does have a provision that if a college can identify why it cannot be commonly course numbered, that is acceptable under the law. And so that is how, like, our articulation officers have been able to argue that we cannot provide a common course number for some of our sequences. But they are limited in scope and they have to have very clearly identified reasons why they can't.
Thank you. Anything else on this before we move to the next item? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're moving to item number 18. This is the first reading of 6 board policies. Let me open the floor for questions on this. It's an information item. It's a first reading. So if you have your questions. Trustee Casas?
So I noticed on board policy 4070, they limit the auditing of a class. And you have to pay $10 fee. Is that an unlimited times you audit the class? Because I know a lot of our senior citizens like to audit our classes. Does that mean they can take it every semester and pay a $10 fee unlimited? That's one question. And then the second question is on the enrolled in baccalaureate degrees. They have to pay an enrollment fee in addition to the one charged by the per unit fee. And I want to know who decides on the enrollment fee and the coursework fee too. So, because that could add up for our students. And I don't know who can answer that.
The fees are established in Title V.
Okay, so they're established. So what is the enrollment fee for a baccalaureate for, because we have 3 baccalaureates in our district. Who determines the amount?
The state determines the amount based on the published guidelines from the state chancellor's office. And typically for the enrollment fee itself, like for example, for the associate degree program, each quarter unit is $31 per unit. It's the same for the bachelor's degree program. There's a specific amount.
Okay.
There's a specific amount. It's not $31 per credit unit, but there's a
Okay.
specific amount and we cannot deviate from that.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's not going to be an exorbitant amount for our baccalaureate students.
It does
That's
not.
my concern. Okay, thank you. That's the only questions I have.
Any other questions? Leadership, any questions?
This is the first reading, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity. Okay, item 19, way more fun, is an action item. Chancellor Lambert's recommending that we adopt this resolution. Does anyone want to speak to this resolution? I don't see our classified presidents here. Well, not that they need to speak on. I hope they're off having fun and not sitting with us and gearing up for classified employees week. Any questions about this? Anyone want to move that we approve?
I'd like approval and state that classified personnel is so essential to the success of especially our underserved students. So I'm very happy to move for this commendation resolution.
I will second the motion and second the sentiment.
Great. Thank you. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
All right, colleagues, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstain? Okay, great, that passes. Love that. Okay, item 20, specific to Foothill College, is a resolution to rename the plaza.
I move the item.
I second it.
We have motion by Landsberger, seconded by Casas. Any questions or comments before we vote? All right, student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
I want to hear about the
Madam
resolution
President?
from someone from the Latino group. I would like to hear from.
Okay.
She
I-
asked for it.
You were the one seconding it like it
I'm
was
sorry.
on fire.
I'm sorry, but I still want to hear.
Hello.
I'm sorry I didn't move it. I wanted to move it, so.
Okay,
I know.
we got overexcited. We
I know,
appreciate
thank you.
you joining us. Thank you very much. My colleagues kind of got under my skin and made me go fast.
So I'm Catalina Rodriguez, Dean of Student Affairs and Activities at Foothill College, but today I'm representing our Organización Latinoamericana OLA as a tri-chair for our organization, our Latin affinity group on campus. But I'm glad that you had that excitement. Myself and President Christine Whalen were looking at each other like, oh, okay, I don't have to talk today.
No, I want to
But
hear
I'm
from you.
glad that you called me up. So our current space, Cesar Chavez Plaza, is our historically is served as a college free speech plaza, right, where students gather for free expression, engagement, and community building. In 1996, OLA and students name the plaza Cesar Chavez Plaza as a representation for Latinx students, but also to honor the legacy of labor and civil rights movement, right? Now we want to rename the plaza Si Se Puede Plaza, which means yes, we can. And that represents the unifying of the call to action rooted in collective struggle, resilience, and empowerment within the labor and civil rights movement. I want to share that our students see this space as a sense of pride, belonging, and they see the cultural representation. So it's really important for our Latinx students that that space stays represented of their culture.
And I think that statement, Si Se Puede, is not just for Latino students, it's for all students.
It's
Because
for
we
all
all can, and community colleges is about all students. So I think it was swiftly done, and thank you. And I'm glad we're doing this.
Thank you.
And you can tell how wholeheartedly we support it because we were ready to just move on and just,
We're excited to.
we almost voted in, but we appreciate you bringing the color and the context and the process to us, very much so. Any other questions or comments before we vote? Okay, back to our student trustee. What's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, all in favor say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Any abstain? Thank you very much. That
Thank you.
passes. All right, on to item number 21. This is also for action, colleagues. Chancellor Lambert, does someone want to speak to this?
So I'll have Vice Chancellor Jory Hatzel just provide some background on this. This is an exciting opportunity for our district to be involved with.
Yes, thank you so much, Chancellor and Board President. These next two items represent some of the statewide work that's now being led by our district through the Digital Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Equity. So I wanted to give you just a short context for these items. Through these initiatives, our district has been selected by the Chancellor's Office to lead and coordinate some of the major statewide modernization efforts of our technology ecosystem. These efforts are tied to our digital infrastructure, our learner mobility, digital identity, and student record transformation. So collectively, this item for the modernization of eTranscript California 2.0, and then the next item for the California Career Passport, represent more than $32 million in investment that the state is trusting our district and our digital center to lead on behalf of the system. So we're very excited to be doing this work. There's a lot of innovation. Some of it is, infrastructure and some of the nerdy stuff. But the Career Passport is a learner-facing tool. It'll be a digital wallet that will help learners collect their skills, their verifiable skills and academic history into a digital wallet that can be shared directly and integrate with employer hiring systems to help Californians across the community colleges, the CSU system, and the UC system to be able to showcase their skills and make gains in employment and in wages. So we're very excited about this opportunity and then the work that the Digital Center is doing. These projects represent our district not simply participating in the Digital Center and that statewide work, but being a leader that is helping to shape the digital infrastructure of California higher education and our workforce. So with that, I wanted to share that this item and the next are funded out of those grant funds and ask for your approval.
Great.
Questions, comments? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor, terrific job. Always appreciate your leadership in these areas. Quick question on item 21, and it may not be an issue, but I do see Instructure Incorporated listed. Weren't they involved in the recent Canvas situation? Any relationship here that we should be looking at?
Sure. So these awards are the first phase of it's a demonstration pilot phase of the RFP process. So I'm being kind of careful in my comments. I would say in this particular instance, Instructure is the owner of the Canvas Learning Management System. They are also the parent company of Parchment Incorporated, which is primarily driving that particular pilot. So sort of parent subsidiary relationship.
Other questions? Leadership
I have
questions?
I
Oh,
have a
Trustee
question.
Casas?
Yeah. So this is the beginning stages, and I just want to make sure it's to improve and secure student record exchanges. So would the record include like student social security numbers, or because I'd like to know about the security of our student personal information with the federal government. So will they have access to this? Do they need a warrant? I just want the red lights up and be careful about our student information.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And as recent events may have shown, we care a lot about security of our student data, very focused on it. So the eTranscript 2.0 system is replacing what would be the current eTranscript system. So that system is managed by the California Community Colleges Technology Center at Butte College. That is the infrastructure for the 3 segments and some of the private independent universities in California to exchange transcript records already. So the data that appears on a student's transcript, would include all of that personal data that's on a transcript. So that's in place now. What's interesting and I think unique about the modernization that we're trying to do is this e-transcript data would not only deliver transcripts to the institutions that are participating, which is all of the community colleges, UCs, and CSUs, and some of those private institutions, but this will feed into the Career Passport, which will give students agency over their data. So through a secure digital wallet, they will be able to select first of all, they'll have access to their own data without needing to pay a fee or make a request that takes time to process. Secondarily, when they share their data, they will be able to select which data they share, even down to the individual course level on a transcript. So instead of sharing an entire record, they actually get control over their data sharing, which is something we've heard directly from students. That, where is my data going? How do I know that? So we're trying to make it more transparent and certainly, secure through industry standard protections.
great.
Other questions? Any questions from leadership? Right. Can we get a motion to approve this?
I'll make a motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, all in favor say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, great. Number 21 passes. Jory addressed number 22 as well, but are there specific questions on 22 that anybody wants to ask? All right, can I get a motion that we approve number 22?
Didn't you want some?
No.
Oh, project 23.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Cheng moves approval for 22.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Right, colleagues, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Great. 22 passes as well. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Item number 23 is a very long list. And it's an action item, my friends. Vice Chancellor De La Rosa, are you presenting this one? Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Godfrey. So tonight you have bond list revision number 31 for the Measure G bond, which is considered a substantial change. We have it in three categories. The first one is a budget augmentation for Project 115 for the Foothill Pool and Physical Education Facility Improvement Project. And as you could see, there is a transfer in of about $18.5 million to that project. And the funding source for this budget augmentation is coming from other projects, other Foothill College projects that has been identified by the Foothill project team as approved and endorsed by the Mission Informed Planning Council of Foothill College. So this went through their governance process. So they were able to identify excess funds from all those existing projects, 105, 108, 110, and 111, and freed up those funds to fund the additional budget requirements for Project 115. Also, Project 103, which is the first item in that category, is being merged towards Project 115 since all of those are connected together. So that's item number one. Item number two is a cleanup of our Measure C and Measure G bond project. Our target goal is to close down Measure C by the end of this fiscal year because we only have a few $2-something million left for the bond. And so for cost effectiveness and making sure that we don't need to do those administrative overhead, it's better for us to close the Measure C bond. And so we have identified projects that are eligible for Measure C that are currently in Measure G. And so what we did was to transfer those eligible expenses. I want to be clear, eligible expenses from Measure G to Measure G, from Measure G to Measure C. And this is budget neutral on the part of the colleges. So if they freed up, if the expense was transferred to Measure C, then they freed up some funds in Measure G accordingly for those particular colleges. So there's no net change or there's no net difference for the budgets for the district-wide, for the ANZA and for Foothill. And finally, the third item here is just recognizing the interest earned for the second quarter of this fiscal year to the bond project, to Measure G bond, which is about $1.7 million. And if I may, just to simplify, the other item, which is Measure C, next item, is simply a recognition of all the budget transfer that we did from Measure G to Measure G to complete the bond list revision for both G and C.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is an action item with a lot of line items. Do we have questions or comments?
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I know it's at 9 o'clock and we're all trying to rush out of here, but can you explain the fact that some of the money got shifted from Measure G to Measure C to kind of empty it out? So are you telling us that there might potentially be a little bit money left in Measure G? Like, I want to be sure that I heard you correctly.
So it's just transferring the expense from Measure G to Measure C so that it freed up a little money in Measure G.
That's what
it
I
goes
heard.
back to your contingency fund.
Thank you.
And you noticed he did this little
That's
thing.
a
Yeah.
small one, very small.
That's an official finance function that you did this. Trustee Landsberger.
Yeah, I'd just like confirmation on the transfers for the Foothill pool. It's my understanding that excess funding means that while there are reduction in the from projects, those don't result in any material adverse effect on those projects. Is that correct?
If I understand it correctly, based on conversations with the Foothill College team, yes, there's no material change in scope for the project.
I mean, obviously there's some change. You can't take away money without having some effect, but it's manageable and not hugely significant, right?
It still meets the goals and goals and objectives of that particular
All right.
identified project.
Thank you.
And do we think the 35.3 million is enough for that project?
No.
I thought I would heard 40 somewhere along the way.
That's approximately what we have now. Of course, we're still at the beginning, so we're hoping not. So I think that's probably what it is for now.
Okay.
That's
You're on
the best
record.
answer I can give. Yeah.
You're on record for 35.3? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the construction hasn't started yet, although the process that we're doing is I believe a lease back where we will get a guaranteed maximum price. We don't have that guaranteed maximum price yet. So for now, at this moment, that's what we have. But when we get the guaranteed maximum price, it could be 35, it could be less, it could be slightly higher.
Is there any chance in the world we might get some private funding to supplement this?
Ooh,
We're doing
we're
this for
gonna
the
have
good
to
of our
look.
neighbors.
We're going to have to look. Honestly, I have not, or we have not considered that. So we could start searching.
I mean, it's a big leap towards our climate goals, and that supports the whole community.
Correct.
So it would be awesome if somebody or some foundation thought that that was good for all of us. Trustee Casas?
Well, no, I think that's certainly true, but we have the turf issue. I mean, there's so many other issues that have to do with the environment and the community. And I think maybe in the future, and we can plant the seed, right? We might need another bond in the future because we're a community college. We're not the NFL, we're not Stanford. And we need to maybe go for another, and if the community supports it, then let's do these major things in our campuses that we want to do for the environment.
Thank you. Any other questions for Joel while we've got him at the mic? Thank you. Anybody want to move that we approve this revision list for Measure G?
I'll move approval.
Thank you. Anyone want to second it?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, all in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Anybody opposed, say nay. Anybody abstain? Thank you very much. All right. Is there anything else you want to say about number 24 about Measure C? Vice Chancellor De La Rosa?
Just the other second item here, which is recognizing the interest as well for the Measure C, which is $80,000.
Any questions or comments? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
I will move approval.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Student trustee, what's your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, all in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Anybody opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Great. Thank you. All right, it's time for a public hearing. Let's see, get my notes here. Our public hearing. Let's see, to take comment on collective bargaining. Let's open our public hearing. Any cards, any comments? All righty, it's closed. Thank you. Let's move to item number 26. I believe Vice Chancellor Rose, you're on.
Yes, having conducted the public hearing, the interest statements for the district is now before the board for your approval. We've also included ACE's interest statements and proposals, and this will kick off our reopener negotiations.
Okay, this is an action item. Any comments, questions? Seeing no comments or questions, I would ask for somebody to move that we approve.
Cheng moves approval.
I will second.
Thank you. Student trustee, what is your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Colleagues, all in favor say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Anybody opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Passes. Thank you. All right. Up next, let's do some leadership reports. Shall we start with our academic senates? Anyone?
I'll go. So, good evening. I just wanted to start off by what Trustee Cheng alluded to about the Instructure Canvas outage that we had last week. And I actually wanted to compliment our district and college response to that. I really appreciate the leadership that Jory, Lene, and Gabby, our deans from the two campuses, and how our communications team and Ellen, and it was really reassuring to the faculty that's like, hey, things are being handled. And I just really wanted to compliment the leadership that our district took on that. So thank you so much for that. Senate business, I wanted to start off with the election of our officers. So we elected our part-time faculty as Lynette Vega, Secretary Treasurers Amber Lapiana, and I was elected to my third term as president for the Senate, and we'll all be serving 2-year terms. So thank you very much to my faculty colleagues for voting us in and trusting us. So the reason why I ran was, again, my desire to support my colleagues in teaching, counseling, and in their librarianship. And as a counselor, what's important to me is the well-being of my colleagues. And this means spending a lot of the time listening and intently to faculty concerns, and how they feel is really important to me, because that helps lead the discussions that I have in Senate, but also thinking about the different policies and ways we could approach the craft of teaching, librarianship, and counseling. And so it's listening to those things and how they fall into faculty purview is what really drives me in this work. And I really love engaging with my colleagues. In recent Senate meetings, we've discussed professional development and how we could support classified and faculty in supporting their growth as employees. And so that's part of who I am, and it's great that we are engaging in those conversations and thinking about how in the conversations about alignment, it's like, oh, wow, this is part of like the college's blueprint for success and our transformational goal that employees report high career satisfaction. And then I think about the chancellor's vision about being an employer of choice. And so that's what I talk about, trying to align all these things that are happening, maybe statewide and district level, and how do I bring that to my faculty to have a conversation in bite-sized chunks. So that's what I'm looking forward to in my my presidency over the next 2 years. One of the things that we want to try to celebrate our faculty is we are planning a part-time faculty celebration, and so the date is to be determined. And I'd like to end on a note that this is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so please remind your friends. It's always an opportunity just to listen and to practice empathy with one another. So thank you.
Good evening. Voltaire and I were just commenting on how fantastic our student presentations were and how we probably need a lesson from them. That was even more true now at this lovely hour of 9:06. So please bear with us. I will try to keep this short. First of all, we'd like to welcome our acting president, Dr. Wayne Kuhn, who was kind enough to do a meet and greet on campus. And there's a lot of excitement in welcoming him to our campus and working with him collaboratively. So that was the biggest thing that we are excited about. Under the leadership of the VPI, Dr. Subramaniam, and the AVPI, Sam Bliss, we've been having town hall meetings about various aspects of concern to the faculty body. This is germinated from our faculty input on needing clarity on certain things that were important to the work of the college, and also trying to create an environment of collaboration and openness and transparency across the various stakeholder groups on campus. We've been talking, thanks to Vice Chancellor De La Rosa coming in and talking to us about what it means to be community funded. We've also had a very robust conversation around institutional effectiveness partnerships initiative, and we just, as a Senate body, voted to approve the idea of engaging in contract ed and exploring that. And we are very excited about what that opportunity presents for our faculty and for our students specifically. We are, of course, looking at our strategic plan and kind of reimagining what it looks like in the era of community funding and what it means for us with the 5 wildly important goals. Did I get that right? And how that aligns with the work we have already done and we are celebrated for, and what it means to be, as we like to say, De Anza 2.0. We have also been engaging in conversations around time block scheduling, which is coming directly from student ask around that area in STEM students, especially with our labs. We've also been engaging in the AI vision and plan for the college, especially from a learning and training perspective, and we're excited to see that get formulated by the end of this academic year. Specifically, I wanted to kind of restate what Voltaire said about the, shall we say, Canvas hiccup we had. And in particular, the leadership of the Vice Chancellor Hasdell, and of course, the amazing work that our 2 deans on the 2 campuses provided. And more importantly, and this will make you happy, Chancellor, the Somos Ono spirit between the 2 academic senates in coming together and being together on this one, I guess, hiccup that we all face, and coming through it stronger as a college with a very clear response, and definitely the work that the outreach team did in that area. So you can be proud of that fact for us. I want to end quickly by
They actually consulted with us.
I know, they did. We were texting each other at what, 10 at night?
So yeah, it was nice that there was faculty consultation in this, like, oh, what do you guys think? It's like, oh, you really want us to just, so I really appreciate that, or we appreciate that.
Absolutely, and the fact that you and Dolores took me under your wing on that one. Thank you. I want to end today by taking a moment of privilege and underscoring what Eric Woodbury said, and kind of reminding this body of the pivotal moment that the Creative Arts Building is on our campus, and hopefully reminding you of the journey, the labor, the patience, and the compromises that has been made on behalf of the De Anza community. And I was very heartened to hear about the human factor in finance when you heard the 2 student budget presentations. And I'm really appealing to this body to please put the human factor in that scale of consideration as you look at what it means to serve the mission and ethos of the people that we are serving, and how that balances with, of course, the fiscal realities that we are facing. So I just want to underscore that message and remind everybody that the journey started a long time ago, and it really started from the human factor. And in all of this consideration, please let's not lose face of that. We are hoping that the board really takes the time to look back at the history, the journey that we've had, and how long awaited this building is for all of us. Thank you.
Now he's just acknowledged. I don't know how to turn the thing on. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hi, everyone. A couple of quick updates. First, I'd like to thank Ellen Kamei for including a blurb about the District Academic Senate in the Chancellor's newsletter. Very much appreciated that. Also want to thank Christine Su and Vice Chancellor Momjian for moving the District Academic Senate website to the fhda.edu site instead of having it housed at one of the colleges. You can now go on to the fhda.edu site under shared governance, and the District Academic Senate is there, which I'm very pleased about. We are working on the equivalency process. I am finishing a document that will be sent to the 2 academic senates and to Vice Chancellor Rose. Equivalency under Cal Ed Code is established and agreed upon by representatives of the Academic Senate and the Board of Trustees, with the administration standing in for the Board of Trustees in this particular case. So I am hoping we are going to have a first read of that policy at our Senate meetings on Monday. I will be dashing from Foothill Senate to go to De Anza Senate to present it. Like to have at least the process in place by the end of the year, as that was one of my campaign promises when I ran unopposed. The academic freedom subgroup, I got to throw a little humor in there. We'll see what happens this year. The academic freedom subgroup, which had been requested by our De Anza colleagues, looking at our academic freedom board policy and our freedom of speech board policy, is meeting tomorrow for the first time to discuss the document that De Anza's Senate began and seeing how we can come to some kind of consensus. We do need to maintain separate board policies, but how we can unite them in one way or another to make sure that we have a cohesive and comprehensive policy that reaches all faculty and students and staff and administrators when it comes to freedom of speech. And speaking of policies, I was very lucky to attend the CCLC's, the Community College League of California's Policy and Procedures Workshop 2 weeks ago with Vice Chancellor Momjian and 5 classified professionals and confidentials from Foothill-De Anza. The 7 of us shared a table. And at one point, one of the presenters stood up and said, "Oh, this is a safe space. There are no faculty. You can talk about them." Now, I have to say that, as you all know, I am a quiet, shy, retiring, shrinking violet. And I will give Carla credit because she pulled out a fan at one point for me to like cool down. They were all like, "It's okay, it's all okay." And then when that came out, I was like, "Nope, it is not." And so I stood up for my colleagues and said, that is not any way to win any kind of favors from the faculty or to have the faculty agree with what you're doing. And I may be the only faculty in the room, but I can be loud enough for the 58,000 of us in the system. Let there be no doubt. And both presenters came down afterwards and apologized to me and said that they appreciated me holding them accountable. And I said to Dr. Jane Wright, who I have presented with at plenary sessions, so she knew who I was, that I would be at every policy and board workshop from here on until I retire to make sure that there are no more issues. And she said, "We look forward to having you there and you can have a table in front." So by Chancellor Lambert, you will be sending me to all of them from now on. Okay. And with that, I will pass it on to my colleague.
I would just like to build on on Eric Woodbury's remarks during public comment. And I think there's no dancing around it really with the Creative Arts Building. There's a solution. And the solution is you take money from the Student Services Project and shift it to the Arts Building, because there will be no Student Services Building until there is an Arts Building. And the idea of taking that money, and I don't know how it got to be $11 million more than the Arts Building, that's sitting there losing value in the interim because it's been reserved for the student services. I don't want to get into the whole ugly history of the mega plan and that. Maybe you've read your FA News. I'm happy to talk to any of you about that. But I think it's time to make that action. And it would be nice for once to say, De Anza put the arts first, right? When have you ever heard that from an institution? We support the arts first. We could be the first to do that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll have a short leadership report. I'll try and make it entertaining. But my members, largely, we've been talking a lot about AI. And so that's been a discussion item that's taking place. I'm letting them know that our contract currently prevents bargaining out or usage of temporary employees, which AI could be seen as, but also no employee has been laid off when it comes to AI replacing anybody. So I do not believe that AI could replace a president, could replace a trustee, a student, a faculty member, or any employee on this campus. But I do believe that it's a tool and it's a tool that we can utilize, but it does need human intervention. And so right now, video that I've seen recently was describing us as being almost in the first days of air travel. So would you have wanted to be on a plane? And you don't have to answer the question when we first invented them. Likely not. So I think when we talk about AI, think about it in that realm where you're boarding this plane it hasn't really been tested. We don't know how fast it can go, how high, how long it'll hold together. It's a little bit iffy.
We know it's going.
We know it's going.
We know it's going.
Write me an email using AI, and then I will use AI to summarize it. But the other piece that I see is, as a tool, it's not a very calibrated one. So a torque wrench is a common thing to me. So if you torque your lug nuts too hard, you'll snap off those lugs. If you don't do it hard enough, the wheels will fall off. So I think it's really important to have that human element monitoring the use of this and not leave it just working on its own, miscalibrated in this moment. So we look forward to those discussions where it's utilized on campus, and we will continue to check back and see where it takes us. So hopefully we all land safely in the future, and have a good evening.
Hi, I actually have two updates. I'm here representing the Teamsters unit, as I normally do. And I also have a couple things to add on behalf of my colleague, Vanessa Santillan Nieto, who is Foothill College's Classified Senate President, who sends her regrets today, but she's coming back from a conference and wasn't able to join us today. So I will start with my usual hat, which is on the bargaining unit side, is a representative of the Teamsters unit. So first of all, we want to welcome DeAnn's acting president, David Kuhn. We are excited to have you join us. And I know I, along with my esteemed colleague here, Scott, welcome you and are happy to discuss sort of any bargaining unit issues, concerns, the organizational structure. We are here to serve as your resource, and hope that we will have a chance to connect while you are serving in the acting capacity. I do want to give a classification study update to the board. As you know, that is a process that we began last May, so a year ago around this time. Teamsters, as well as district, through working with Vice Chancellor Rose, has been working through the classification portion, and we are very, 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 very close to finalizing the adopted job descriptions for each of the supervisor positions within this unit. We are now on a parallel track. We have begun the compensation survey phase, and we look forward to having some recommendations within this coming month. And hopefully that means then we will be at a sort of, barring all positive sort of conversations within the negotiation space, that we will be able to bring some sort of recommendation to the board sometime this year, before we head into the next academic year, the next fiscal year. That's the hope. We'll see. Finally, I did want to thank Vice Chancellor Mumjan, as well as Vice Chancellor Rose, for organizing an all supervisors meeting that is covering the topic of exploring AI, that is scheduled for May 21st. Again, just to piggyback on what was already echoed by my colleague, classified professionals are very interested and want to learn more about AI, as it is here already, as already stated. And so we look forward to that opportunity and hope that this marks sort of the ongoing collaboration of continuing sort of professional development trainings for the supervisor employee group, which has not happened at this district for a very, 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 very long time. I have been here since 2010, and I have not experienced dedicated professional development training, including sort of supervision of our direct reports, right? For a lot of the folks who entered the supervisor unit, this can be their initial role opportunity in this kind of capacity. And so I look forward to more professional development opportunities that enhance the ability and capability of our hardworking supervisor unit. So that's the Teamsters report. So now, with my classified Senate hat, do want to thank the board for adopting resolution commending classified professionals. Foothill's Classified Senate President wants to remind folks that the Classified Professional Appreciation Week is next week. And at Foothill, the administrators, as well as Classified Senate, have plans for fun times, including treats. So I'm supposed to give a shout out for that. Additionally, I did want to highlight the programming for the Classified Senate community of learning. And I don't want to misrepresent here, but we do have 2 events scheduled for this week. One is tomorrow, May 12th. And again, these are all hybrid events. This topic for the Classified Community of Learning is on Outreach 101, best practices to reach out to our students and to collaborate. Second one is May 13th. And the topic here is persistence and the student perspective. Both of these sessions will be facilitated by supervisors. The first of which, Josh Peltier, supervisor of student outreach and CTE transition, who is also a member of the Teamsters negotiation team, will be leading that conversation. The second one, related to persistence and student perspective, will be led by myself. And I did want to shout out the incorporation of the student perspective. Again, you saw our highly, highly capable students on display today from both De Anza and Foothill. I do want to specifically highlight the opportunity and really my privilege to work with Kayla Nguyen, who is our AFSC president at Foothill, and her sort of engaging her peers and to come speak at this panel presentation. And again, just wanted to give a shout out to Matthew Lee, Ivy Hong, and Haley Garcia. And I would say, please stop by. This session will be from 9:30 to 10:30, again, in person in the Toyon room, but also online via Zoom. And they will be talking a little bit about sort of how they began to feel connected to the college. We're going to try to bring into the space through my role, possible ways that that can entail to more sort of thoughtful reflection and collaboration between sort of all the employees here at Foothill, not just the classified professional, but also with our faculty colleagues. And, it is also Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I would be remiss in not doing justice to my own people if I didn't do a shout out. I did hear this morning on the news that the AAPI community makes up 40% of Santa Clara County. And so growing. And so in turn, a huge segment of both colleges within our district. And so I would just like to highlight that and continue sort of championing and focus on supporting those students for their ongoing success and continued success, right? Thank you.
Bike month too.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's also bike month. I have to support my colleague because we work together. I also acknowledge and see you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, your people.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Dr. David Wayne Kuhn for joining our team here at Foothill-De Anza to lead up as the acting president of De Anza College. He's been a valued colleague going back many, many years, and he has had a distinguished career leading Marin College as the president and superintendent. So we're glad to have you. And I want to recognize the screening committee for the work they did to help narrow down the individuals who were applying for that acting role. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you who were on that screening committee. Also, as noted earlier about the Canvas incident, I think this also demonstrated how our colleges and central services have come together and be able to work well to solve pressing issues. And I want to just note some other folks who weren't mentioned as part of the shout outs, and that is Ellen, Simon, Elizabeth, our communications team across our colleges and district did a fine job of making sure we kept everybody up to date and whatnot. And of course, Jory's extraordinary leadership and his team, not just at our district level, but across the state. As you know, Jory plays an important statewide role as well. And we had a very special event this Saturday. In addition to the De Anza open house, we had OpenAI that was on campus with an OpenAI Academy. I believe it's the first in the state that has happened. We had folks who were range in age from high school all the way up to the senior demographic. And it was a full house. I think the room accommodated just a little over 100 people. Every seat was taken. So a lot of interest. I want to thank Assemblymember Aarons, who arranged for that to happen for us. Also want to thank all of you board members as well as Assemblymember Aarons for the mobile clinic. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend that, but I heard it was a great gathering to kick that off. I know that's something that many of the board members were championing. And so this is the first step, and hopefully we learn a lot from this, and that could provide the necessary data to determine whether a larger project should happen. Going forward, I've been involved in a number of conversations around Workforce Pell. Things are still needing to be sorted out at the state level, but I've been asked to talk on this topic at the national level. So it has garnered, obviously a huge amount of attention. It is a great on-ramp for so many of our students into college, as well as bringing back many of the students, I think in the state of California, over 6 million who have some college, no credential. And this could be another way to attract them back and provide some necessary skills for their futures. Also, just a shout out to Dr. Fred Ramsdale. As you know, he's the Nobel Peace Prize laureate in the category of medicine or physiology, who attended Foothill College. We collaborated with Fremont Union District to celebrate his honor. And thank you for the board members who were there that evening. Also, congratulations to Trustee Casas for the CCLC. I want to get this award, Fulfilling Trust Award, right? Thank you for your 20 years of service.
Can't believe it's been 20 years, but yes.
And I want to thank Jory Hatzel, Lori Scolari from our district, along with Leslie Valmonte and Sobia Khan, who served on a panel that I moderated on AI is here. So the question is, how are we going to manage and function in that reality? And it's been here for quite a long time. I think it's only been more visible as of late because of natural language processing. So it's moved from the tech folks into the regular folks' world. And I love your torque analogy. And let me add to that, and Randy can confirm this. Most people either under torque or they over torque. So there's actually a training course now on how to properly torque. And so I just say that for purposes of, we need to have an AI course on responsible use of AI. And I think higher ed is the entity who's best positioned to lead what is responsible use of AI, because if we don't do it, who will? Yes. Yes, that is my report. Oh, yeah, that's the next slide. All right, let me see.
Do you
where
want
is
me?
that? Oh,
Yeah, okay. Okay,
It's at the
I
end.
just wanted to make sure because no. I wanted to thank you all and good evening. I am going to try to be brief. I wanted to start by congratulating Voltaire for being reelected again. You are an amazing academic Senate president, and I've worked with amazing academic Senate presidents, and you really are at the top, collaborative, insightful, you listen. So it's a pleasure to work with you a couple more years. I want to echo the gorgeousness of the collaboration over I love the term hiccup. It felt a little bit more like a belch, but it was maybe a hiccup. I also wanted to, at the top of my report, just mention what a pleasure it's been to work with Maria Blaze. And when I think about you, Maria, you are just this wonderful blend of passion and compassion. And that is just the perfect union of qualities to get things done and to be the voice of the next generation of advocates. And you're going to, I just can't wait to see what you do next. Truly, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. I sent you all the link to my board report. I wanted to mention that it is filled with strategic updates, awards, events, and invitations. Under strategic updates, there is an update on some of the milestones we've achieved in the Blueprint for Success. Please enjoy the video from our Student Services Conference because it is delightful, funny, but also full of content. Under awards, I want to make sure that I surface for you that Phuong Tran has been selected as a Woman of Influence by the Silicon Valley Business Journal and will be celebrated next month at a luncheon or a dinner rather. I want to thank Simon Pennington and his staff for putting on another incredible day on the Hill with 750 attendees. And I want to end by mentioning a couple of invitations. In May, we have some of our signature events, the Research and Service Learning Symposium, which is May 21st, and our Innovation Challenge, which is May 28th. We would encourage you to delight in the genius of our students. We head into the season of smiling and celebrations, and that's always kicked off in May with our Scholar Athlete Celebration, which is also, I believe, on May 28th. And I also invite you to attend our luncheons that we're holding in appreciation of our classified staff. Ours is May 20th at 11:30 at the Smithwick Courtyard and also at the Sunnyvale Center. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'd like to begin by thanking Chancellor Lambert and the Board of Trustees for allowing me to be with you, and I look forward to our work together. I just want to thank everybody for the really warm welcome just across the district. Everybody's just been so warm and welcoming me, so I appreciate that. In the future, my reports will be a little less canned, but this was handed to me today. It's my first day on campus here. But I do want to express appreciation to Elizabeth Smith, Associate Vice President, her team for putting this report together. I will say we'll also forward you an updated version. There's been a couple things that were added since it went live on the board, on the board docket. First of all, we're really proud to report that we have two students that are advancing in the Innovation Challenge. That's students Mia Lin and Van Hock Nguyen advanced to the finals of the National Community College Innovation Challenge after pitching their micro buoy, and I thought it might be a typo, but it's micro buoy project, which would use AI to locate people in bodies of water. How wonderful would that be? So the challenge is hosted by the American Association of Community Colleges in partnership with the National Science Foundation. It's a national competition where community college student teams working with a faculty advisor use science, technology, engineering, and math, all the STEM areas, to innovate solutions to real world problems. So our team is one of 12 finalist teams that will advance to the next phase of the challenge, Innovation Boot Camp, which happens in June, where they get to pitch their ideas and compete for cash prizes. How great is that? So we're going to congratulate Mia and Van Hock for their efforts. It's really exciting. A couple of other items just to report on. I will say that our women's badminton team has done it again for a second year in a row. They are the statewide champions. And they did this by defeating San Diego Mesa College 11-6 last week on May 7th. So this is actually the 6th state championship this program has had in such a short period of time. I think I got 4 out of the last 5 years. So we want to really express our appreciation to the team as well as Coach Lendenfeld for their historic run. So that's very exciting as well. And then on the topic of the, which was mentioned, the county mobile health program, Santa Clara Valley Health Care's Mobile Health Center began offering affordable walk-in primary care at Deanza on May 6th. The mobile clinic, which sets up in Lot J, Wednesdays 9 a.m. to 3:30, provides services for students and adult community members, including vaccinations, screenings, exams, and so forth. So that's very exciting, I think, outreach to the community as well. And then finally, a Measure G success story. We had the completion of our first brand new project related to this particular bond measure, which is the beach volleyball courts. We did something similar at Marin. And currently, this is the only active facility exclusive to women's sports. So it's an exciting win, and hopefully the momentum will continue with the other Measure G projects as well. So again, I look forward to our work together, and thank you again for the warm welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I prepared a little something. Should I save that for the last agenda item, or should I say that now?
Go, girl.
Okay, so the updates are kind of embedded within, but the main item is student elections have happened. So pretty much every position is finalized except for the student trustee. We'll be finding out about that next week. And also, as mentioned, it is AAPI month. So there will be many events. Check out our website to learn more. Okay, so in terms of a speech, I prepared a little something reflecting on my journey here at Foothill College. So when I was first elected for student trustee after my summer, one of the first things I did was President Whalen actually invited me to a training where I learned about our school's philosophy, love, not luck. And this is basically the concept that as a school, we should always be reaching out to students rather than having students reach in and fix the problem that they're facing. And at first, it felt like a good idea, but it just it wasn't something that I felt in my bones yet. But today, I can confidently say that Foothill entirely embodies that spirit of love, not luck. In fact, on my very first day on campus 2 years ago, I was wanting to talk to a counselor because I had found an interesting student advocacy opportunity within this SSCCC, the Student Senate of California Community Colleges. And what had happened was the counselor said she had never had a student come up and ask about this before. But instead of saying, oh, I've never done this before, I'm not going to, she said, let me find someone who can help you out with this. And that is what kind of transpired into my role today and what I do with student advocacy today, because that inspired me to then run for student trustee, be involved in the SSCCC, and then eventually be appointed by Governor Newsom for the Board of Governors of California Community Colleges. To put it simply, it's basically this role, but on a statewide level to represent and vote for policies that impact 2.2 million students. And recently, I am graduating this year, so I got accepted to UCLA. I was also selected as a finalist for the Obama Chetsky Scholarship, which is up to $50,000 in funding, and then also $10,000 in funding each summer. Yes, for my junior and my senior year, funding and transportation and housing for workforce development intentions. So that's also super exciting. And then And then finally, this summer, I will be in DC for a congressional internship with Congresswoman Judy Chu. And so I share this all not to say that I am special and I'm unique, because I want to clearly state today that I am not. In fact, in high school, as I briefly mentioned, I was not a good student. I had a 2.8 GPA. I didn't get accepted into any college I applied to. And so essentially, I say that to say that I am not special, but I am a success story of the system that built me up. And that system is Foothill College and California Community Colleges. And I and many students would not be here today without that system and without that second chance. So wholeheartedly, I will always wear Foothill College with such a strong sense of pride. And I wanted to say that. So in terms of giving back to the system that has benefited me so much, let me briefly update you in terms of my work as student trustee. First, I ran my campaign on public transit. And this is because in my first year at Foothill College, I took the bus all the time from San Jose to Foothill, which was 2 hours, right? Especially, I've already highlighted this in the past, but once again, to go from Foothill to De Anza by car, it's 10 minutes. To go to Foothill to De Anza by bus, it is 50 minutes, right? And that's important because that means an extra 50 minutes to get home, and most students live in San Jose, right? And so I say that to say I've been working to expand the public transit. And we have done a ton of classroom presentations and release surveys, and we got over 200 students. Basically, majority of them are saying we want more public transit. We have these stories, and I will be, although my term is ending today, I will be passing the torch and making sure that the work around us continues. And also very proud to see Trustee Gavata is also very passionate about this work too. And one thing I want to highlight is just when I did these classroom presentations, students were just so hopeful. And I think in a world full of apathy and in a world full of fear mongering, especially in our politics, I think it is such a beautiful thing to see hope and to see that something else is possible, something new and something that can help change someone's life is possible. And that just starts with us. In terms of my second achievement in the system is in terms of the student representation fees. So I was able to bring up the issue, and I know at least Foothill College is implementing a opt-in system, which can lead up to extra $20,000 in funding for our students to go to these conferences and network and meet these new incredible student leaders. So also very excited about that. And then finally, although originally this project was conceived on my role as the Board of Governors, essentially, I am kind of starting it off at Foothill College. And essentially what the project is I was asking a question to myself: how do we civically engage students that aren't already in student government, that don't know what the Board of Trustees, don't know what the Board of Governors is? And since we're talking about Canvas today, right, I was thinking we should have a module called Student Advocacy on our Canvas on our Canvas, so that students, where they're doing their homework, we can meet students where they're at, and they can right away basically input what they want to see change on a local level, on a regional level, and on a statewide level. There's a lot more intricacies to that project, so if you're interested, feel free to talk to me later. But we're starting that at Foothill College. We're piloting that at Foothill College, and that will soon be something that is implemented statewide, and there has been a lot of excitement for that. And so, done with my reports. I want to say once again, the work is not done. My role here ends today, but I will make sure that there is a strong sense of mentorship in our new student government elections. And finally, I wanted to say some quick thank yous to everyone. Sorry, I know it's late, but first, I wanted to thank Carla and Deanna. You guys have been so patient with me through all the late time sheets and everything. And I wanted to, and I just wanted to highlight your work because it often goes unseen. And so I wanted to say I really appreciate it. And then I also wanted to highlight President Willen and Chancellor Lambert, because you guys, to me, are so inspiring. You're incredible speakers. And every time I see you guys speak and your presentations, it inspires me to be better. So I appreciate you both. And then next, I wanted to highlight a couple trustees who I got a chance to really personally connect with. And I want to start off with Trustee Casas. And this is because it just happened. So we drove together to Sacramento, and on that drive, you told me so much about your life and like everything about you. And I felt like that, I don't know, I really appreciate you sharing so much with me. And like, I take those lessons you taught me on with me for the rest of my life. And I appreciated that. So I just want to say I'm really happy you were able to share everything with me, and that you were a voice that I could also rely on. And then last but not least, I wanted to thank my mentor, Trustee Godfrey. You've been with me this whole year from the beginning, from when I had no clue what I was doing and to where I am now. And once again, I say this for everything, but it's because of you that I am the person I am today. So I want to voice that. And the next student trustee, I'm also going to refer to you. So keep that in mind, because there's going to be a lot more lunches to attend. But I appreciate you so deeply. And I just wanted to say I'm really happy that you are our board president this year. Aww. And that pretty much wraps up my message. I once again will urge that student voice is centered in every decision, and I want to remind us of that. But at Foothill College and at De Anza College, I have no doubt that that will be true. So thank you, everyone.
Trustee Gavato, do you have anything to say?
Hard act to follow, but I just want to say to you, Student Trustee Blaze, to follow that. Number one, congratulations on UCLA, on the scholarships. Those are tremendous accomplishments, but very well deserved. I want to say, you ended your your last board report with us, talking about centering the student experience. And I think, one thing that we will miss when you are gone is the way that you've done that, up to this very last meeting, right? During the strategic plan report, we saw how you continued to, raise the student experience, raise the student perspective. And so I hope that your successor continues that. But for you, I just hope that, you carry that through with you, that same sense of service and representation. And I know we're all of us on the Board of Trustees and the administration are excited to see what you're going to do next. So best of luck and congratulations again.
We'll stay on Trustee Blaze. Congratulations for sure. It's been an honor to have you on this board and to have your service here on behalf of the district. Again, you leave a deep legacy of service and very excited for you. Huge congratulations. Enjoy your summer with Congresswoman Judy Chu. She's wonderful also. So soak up that time. Congratulations.
Again, congratulations. You're all about community colleges and why we exist, how every person in this room and in the two colleges, why we do the work that we do. So thank you for expressing yourself and we wish you well.
I'll just add my congratulations and say farewell to Trustee Blaze and say welcome to President Kuhn and assure him that our meetings do not generally go this long.
Never are this long. Dennis, do you have anything you want to say about that foundation?
Thank you, President Godfrey. Two quick items. One, the foundation board meets next Wednesday. We'll start off with a tour of just some programs at Deanza at 3:30. So for those of you board members and others who may be interested in coming, please meet in front of the Flint Center garage at 3:30 p.m. sharp, no later than. Finally, the foundation and the district leadership and the college leadership will be honored to celebrate with the Mountain View Chamber the Athena Awards on Friday. We have a table there to honor Trustee Casas, who will be receiving the Athena Award for excellence for her service in the community. So glad to be there to honor you and look forward to it.
Our last item
Yes,
is to officially thank Trustee Blaze.
President Godfrey, members of the board, please join me in recognizing Trustee Marie Blaze for her service to this board, to our entire district, to Foothill College and the state of California. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, whether it was in New Orleans or Sacramento or Washington, D.C., and the many other times we've had a chance to interact. I'm very proud of you. We are very proud of you. Best of luck when you go on to UCLA. And as a tribute to you, we have just a small little gift that we'd like to present to you. And we'd like to do a photo. So board members, if we could all go in front of the diocese. We'll go down here and take a photo.
Sorry.